Who really discovered America? Welcome to Collapse, where history comes alive and each video immerses you in the fate of those who shaped the world. Today, we set course for a vast continent, inhabited for millennia by peoples who built powerful civilizations there, the Mayas, the Incas, the Native American nations of the North, but the story might go even further. Some researchers argue that Phoenician, Carthaginian, or even Egyptian sailors might have crossed the Atlantic well before the year 1000. There are also theories about Polynesian fishermen coming by the Pacific, or even navigators from West Africa. So, who really discovered America? Was it Columbus, who revealed it to Europe, the Vikings, the first European explorers to set foot there, or forgotten navigators from ancient civilizations? But before setting off on a new adventure, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss anything. Thank you, and have a great journey. In the year 1000, the world presents itself as a vast stage where various civilizations are laying their political, economic, and cultural foundations. On the shores of the Mediterranean, enterprising peoples are developing active maritime trade, while in Asia, powerful kingdoms are consolidating their borders around nourishing rivers. In Africa, along the Nile and beyond, flourishing kingdoms draw from ancient traditions to establish their authority. Across the Atlantic, in America, societies are developing their own forms of organization, sometimes erecting monumental structures whose spiritual and political purposes still fascinate us today. To better understand what connects these different geographical areas, one must also explore the state of nautical knowledge available at the time, as well as the perception people had of the vast ocean they called Okeanos. In this perspective, it is useful to mention the trade routes that traversed Eurasia and beyond, linking tin, amber, or sugar to civilizations eager for exotic products. At the dawn of the first millennium before Christ, just before the classical period blossomed in Greece, the Mediterranean is already a hub of intensive exchanges. The Phoenicians, whose principal cities include Tyre, Sidon, and Byblos, no longer content themselves with trading with their immediate neighbors. They established trading posts across the Mediterranean coasts. The Phoenicians, renowned for their naval skills, remain crucial intermediaries in the trade of amber, tin, and other essential commodities. Amber, collected from the coasts of the Baltic Sea, often travels on slow and winding routes before reaching the workshops of Mediterranean artisans, where it is transformed into luxury jewelry. Similarly, tin, indispensable for producing bronze when alloyed with copper, predominantly comes from the Cornwall region in the southwest of present-day England. Phoenician merchants transport it to Phoenicia or their other trading posts to meet the demand of cities eager for metal. In this context, the art of navigation proves vital. Astronomical knowledge borrowed notably from the Babylonian tradition, combined with early measuring instruments like the Greek gnomon, allows for better evaluation of the sun's position and maintaining a course over longer distances. The Phoenicians also perfect sailing techniques partly inherited from the Egyptians, masters of river navigation on the Nile for millennia. The Mediterranean basin saw the emergence of several successive powers over the centuries. Rome, initially a small city at the beginning of the first millennium before Christ, eventually came to dominate the region after numerous wars, notably against Carthage, the heir of the Phoenician maritime tradition. Carthage, founded according to tradition in 814. Before Christ, long stood as one of Rome's main rivals, with a formidable fleet and a commercial empire extending to Iberia and North Africa. Meanwhile, Greece experienced political fragmentation into rival city-states, including Athens, Sparta, Corinth, and others, and distinguished itself with major philosophical and scientific advances. Greek precursors of geometry and astronomy refined celestial observations, which ultimately served the cause of navigation. The Babylonians, for their part, established starry observation bases as early as the 2nd millennium before Christ, influencing the entire Mediterranean basin through the Persian Empire and later via knowledge transfer during successive occupations of Mesopotamia. In Africa, two major kingdoms drew attention between 1000 before Christ and late antiquity: the Kingdom of Kush and the Kingdom of Axum. The Kingdom of Kush centered on Upper Nubia and whose capital moved over time, notably to Napata and later to Meroe, wielded influence from southern Egypt to the more distant savannas. Kush is often considered the heir to the pharaonic traditions after the gradual decline of Egyptian power. Around 750 before Christ, Kushite rulers even reigned over part of Egypt, forming the 25th dynasty known as the Ethiopian dynasty, which marked history by unifying a vast territory along the Nile. The art of iron metallurgy particularly developed in Meroe, providing Kush with a solid economic and military foundation. Further east, in present-day Ethiopia and Eritrea, emerged the Kingdom of Axum, whose peak occurred rather in the 1st millennium Anno Domini Axum, controlling part of the coastal trade routes of the Red Sea and establishing sporadic relations with the Roman world, embodied an African power capable of minting its own currency and maintaining a network of exchanges up to Arabia. These African civilizations, where river and maritime navigation remained crucial, benefited not only from the Egyptian heritage, but also from the expertise of Arab or Persian merchants, sometimes transmitting nautical techniques involving the Latine sail and star observation in these southern regions. In the Americas, Mesoamerica was home to several ancient civilizations that emerged well before the more well-known forms of the classical Maya or Aztec periods. The Olmecs, established primarily in the Gulf of Mexico region, were roughly active between 1200 before Christ and 400 before Christ. Often considered the mother culture of this area, they built monumental ceremonial centers like La Venta and San Lorenzo, where colossal heads sculpted in stone can be found. The precise extent of their maritime exchanges is unknown, but canoes and coastal vessels likely enabled them to travel along the coastline, facilitating the diffusion of cultural elements, prestige goods, and innovations throughout the region. Further south, the early Mayans, still in development, gradually organized into independent cities. They had not yet erected the famous temple pyramids in their most elaborate form, but were already laying the foundations of a complex cosmology linked to astronomical observation, which would later integrate a sophisticated calendar. On the Asian continent, the Zhou dynasty of China, in place from 1046, controls a vast and disparate territory. This dynasty, after supplanting the Shang, maintains a feudal system where vassals exercise strong local power. Chinese astronomical knowledge is already advanced, with precise records and calendars used for ritual and agricultural considerations. Later, the Han dynasty in 206 gradually succeeds this fragmentation to build a centralized empire. The power of the Han extends from the Yellow River Basin to the edges of the steppe, in contact with nomadic peoples. Land trade on the Silk Road, linking Central Asia and the Mediterranean via the Parthian and then Sassanid empires, promotes the transmission of goods, ideas, and techniques. Although maritime navigation in the China Sea and the Indian Ocean is already practiced by some merchants, it is mostly the limited coastal population and the concentration of exchanges on land that dominate the period. Nonetheless, one should not overlook the maritime exchanges existing with Southeast Asia, where the outrigger sail and various nautical innovations proliferate. Nautical knowledge from this period proves decisive for these civilizations, which must cope with the danger of the seas, the unpredictability of currents, and the harshness of winds. We first find the legacy of Babylonian astronomy. The scribes of Mesopotamia, settled between the Tigris and the Euphrates, have been recording the movement of stars and planets on clay tablets for centuries. The identification of constellations, the moon, and planets like Venus already provides a valuable theoretical toolkit for those wishing to navigate at night on long crossings. Greek navigators gradually adopt the use of the gnomon. This simple stick, planted in the ground to measure the sun's shadow, is originally used for calculations related to the solstice and the time of day, but it also contributes to refining the understanding of latitude by observing the height of the sun. On the Egyptian side, relying on a fluvial and coastal tradition established since the Old Kingdom, the art of sailing adapted to the Nile's current and prevailing winds is developed. The light hulls of Egyptian boats sometimes export to other cultures, inspiring the design of more robust ships. However, open sea crossings remain risky, and most merchants prefer to opt for coastal navigation, following the contours of the coasts to limit accidents. Meanwhile, the geographical vision of the ocean at the time remains largely imbued with myths. The Okeanos, mentioned by Greek philosophers or Homeric poets, is perceived as a vast river encircling the inhabited Earth, which is often depicted as a flat disk surrounded by unknown waters. The myths of Heracles, the Greek hero who accomplishes 12 labors, sometimes echo these maritime boundaries, particularly during his voyages in the far west. Atlantis, mentioned by Plato in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, also illustrates the confusion between real geography and legendary tales, locating a prestigious and very advanced island somewhere beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the name given to the Strait of Gibraltar. These pillars symbolically mark the limit of the known world for many Mediterranean navigators of antiquity. Beyond, a vastness of unexplored waters, sometimes called Dark Sea later, would extend, testifying to the fear that these distant horizons inspire. Despite the fears nurtured by these considerable distances, networks of exchange are being woven. In Northern Europe, the Baltic Sea conceals amber, also known as gold of the North, highly prized by Mediterranean elites, who use it to decorate jewelry, amulets, and prestige objects. In the southwest of the island of Great Britain, Cornwall provides tin, a critical resource for the manufacture of bronze. Phoenician caravans or ships transport this strategic material to the eastern Mediterranean, where craftsmen melt it down to produce quality weapons, tools, and utensils. Further still, India, owing to the immense diversity of its agricultural resources and skills, exports a product still rare in the West as far as the Persian Empire, sugar. Even though this sugar differs in its original form from the crystallized sugar we know, it is already perceived as an exotic delicacy, highly appreciated by nobles and dignitaries. The Persians, who built a vast empire stretching from Anatolia to the Indus Valley, are fond of such products. Part of these exchanges follows land routes, but maritime routes are also beginning to carve their path through the Persian Gulf or along the coasts of the Arabian Peninsula. From 1000 before Christ to 500 Anno Domini, the expansion of trade networks, the growth of cities, and the gradual structuring of continental or maritime empires promote the diversification of navigation techniques. For the ruling elites, possessing a fleet, even a modest one, offers an essential advantage, controlling exchanges, collecting taxes, and possibly conducting distant conquests. Rowing ships improve over time, benefiting from the experience of several peoples: Egyptians, Phoenicians, Greeks, and then Romans. Each of these historical actors modifies the same basic principles. Hulls are enlarged, structures are reinforced to face higher waves, better sails are designed, and oars are perfected for maneuvering. The Romans, renowned for their organizational skills, gradually adapt the naval techniques employed by Carthage, even creating fleets capable of covering their vast empire. Nevertheless, in late antiquity, large-scale navigation on the Atlantic Ocean remains a significant challenge. The persistent memory of myths about sea monsters, the difficulty of navigating far from the coasts, and the absence of more precise astronomical tools limit these ventures. Many prefer to stick to the Mediterranean, the Black Sea, or the Red Sea, considered to be better known and more conducive to commercial or military enterprises. This attachment to coastal navigation is also found in the Indian region, where sailors from the Ganges Valley and the Coromandel coast develop sewn boats made of wooden panels assembled with ropes. This allows for the rapid construction of numerous vessels for coastal trade, sometimes intended to reach distant sites such as Sri Lanka or the Malay Peninsula. Of course, these regions are not isolated technologically. Observing the monsoon seasons in Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean becomes crucial knowledge for determining the best time to set sail. Thus, even if the Atlantic remains largely unexplored for most major empires, the Indian Ocean already sees a circulation of goods and ideas connecting East Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, India, and sometimes even beyond. The dhow ships used on the Arab coasts, equipped with a triangular sail, the lateen sail for example, favor the rise and diffusion of sophisticated maritime techniques. For Phoenician, Carthaginian, or Greek navigators, the idea of the limit represented by the Pillars of Hercules weighs heavily in the collective imagination. This strait, linking the Mediterranean to the Atlantic Ocean, appears in many traditions as the ultimate boundary between the civilized world and uncertain lands. The hypothetical disappearance of Atlantis mentioned by Plato fuels ancient speculations about the existence of vast territories submerged by the fury of the gods or rising waters. The semi-legendary exploits of Heracles, who supposedly passed these pillars, sparked the curiosity of a few sailors willing to venture into the Atlantic, if only to fish or trade along the Atlantic coasts of Africa or Europe. However, the lack of sufficiently proven navigation, the absence of safe stops, and the scarcity of reliable information about the prevailing winds make these expeditions delicate. Sailors often prefer to focus on the western axis of the Mediterranean, linking the south of Gaul, the east of Spain, and the north of Africa, where there are more familiar shores, as well as a myriad of trading posts and ports. Trade exchanges, albeit restricted by technological limits, continue to expand due to the growing value of certain products. Baltic amber continues its route further south. Metal from Spain or the British Isles becomes a political issue for powers like Carthage or Rome, and new precious products emerge from India or Arabia. Sugarcane, introduced from Southeast Asia to the Indus Valley, piques the interest of the Persians, who make it a luxury item often reserved for the court and aristocracy. Agricultural innovation allows the sweetening of certain preparations and the varying of culinary pleasures, while creating considerable added value for merchants who manage to export it to lands less familiar with this commodity. In a similar vein, we see attempts at transferring rare plants or seeds, even though acclimatization concerns remain a major obstacle to the true global expansion of plant exchanges. Over the centuries, cartography developed slowly. The Greeks, with Anaximander, Hecataeus of Miletus, and then Eratosthenes, estimate the circumference of the Earth and attempt to position known locations on more rational maps. Even if these maps remain simplistic and often inaccurate, they mark a notable evolution in the way space is conceived. The Romans, in the wake of their conquests, established their own representation of the world, sometimes in the form of itineraries rather than true geographical maps. The famous Tabula Peutingeriana, based on an ancient document, exemplifies this vision of stretched routes connecting successive stops. Such representations, while not yet ensuring confident high-sea navigation, nevertheless provide crucial indications for land routes, border posts, and port sites. To understand the extent of territories dominated by Rome or the Achaemenid Persians, it is essential to grasp that these peoples already handle vast quantities of geographic data conveyed by soldiers, merchants, and diplomats. The Aegean Sea, for its part, serves as the backdrop to the rise of a merchant civilization that drives advances in naval art. The ancient Greeks are particularly interested in the study of meteorology and methods of sea navigation. Sailors and poets describe the position of certain stars, like the North Star called Cynosure, which guides ships at night. Lighthouses, of which the most famous remains the Pharos of Alexandria, built in the Hellenistic period around 280 before Christ, facilitate nighttime approaches near ports. If we trace back further, to around 1000. Before Christ, these lighting systems remain rudimentary, but the idea of a tower signaling the port begins to spread. Similarly, epic tales such as Homer's Odyssey already refer to fears and dangers linked to the open sea. The figures of Charybdis and Scylla, the Sirens, or the Cyclops symbolize the unknown, even the incomprehensible, for a sailor daring to venture beyond familiar islands. On the Italian peninsula side, the Etruscans play a notable role in this pre-Roman Mediterranean universe between around 800 before Christ and 300 before Christ. These active navigators and traders in the Tyrrhenian Sea mastered a network connecting northern Italy, Corsica, Sardinia, and sometimes more western areas. They exchanged manufactured goods, wine, and pottery, developing an original artistic style that would later influence Rome. The Etruscans also encountered the Phoenicians and then the Greeks, and from these multiple contacts, a particularly rich Etruscan civilization emerged. Nevertheless, the Roman conquest eventually diminished their maritime influence. Rome absorbed these successive inheritances. It assimilated Carthaginian, Greek, and Etruscan naval technology, built land communication routes like the Via Appia or the Via Aurelia, and established itself as the great Mediterranean power in the 2nd and 1st centuries before Christ. Between the 4th century before Christ and the beginning of our era, the outlook of geographers, historians, and travelers broadened. The expeditions of Alexander the Great to the east from 334 to 323. Before Christ, further opened up the geographic consciousness of the Greeks. Hellenistic botanists, cartographers, and scholars cataloged hundreds of plants, animals, and exotic phenomena previously unknown to classical Mediterranean cities. They discovered a range of regions where river and coastal navigation could be ensured by local peoples, strong with endogenous knowledge. Thus, when the Han Dynasty firmly established itself in China, an embryo of global cartography emerged, indirectly connecting the Mediterranean world and the Far East through Central Asia and the Indian Ocean. The Persians, under the Parthian and then the Sasanian Empire, which began around 224 CE, played a bridging role between the Greco-Roman West and the distant East. The caravan circuit formed a powerful relay supporting luxury trade, including silk, spices, precious stones, and manufactured products. During the same time frame, sub-Saharan African populations also began exchanges across the Saharan zone, although the extent of these contacts is difficult to quantify for the exact period from 1000 before Christ to 500. The caravan routes linking the Sahel to the Mediterranean shores were already taking shape, facilitating the rise of certain oasis cities. The lakes of Chad or Niger housed a cultural complexity little known in the West, as written sources are rare. However, archaeology reveals clues of metallurgical activity and high-quality local craftsmanship, suggesting that these societies played a significant role in early trans-Saharan trade. The Kingdom of Kush, already mentioned, likely participated in these networks, extending its influence along the Nile and towards more southern regions. On the other side of the planet, Andean civilizations were still at an early stage. Chavin de Huantar between 1200 before Christ and 500 before Christ developed in the central Andes region, laying the foundations of a complex iconography where the jaguar and other sacred animals held a prominent place. Maritime connections along the Pacific coast mainly involved canoes intended for fishing or coastal trade without necessarily seeking long-distance crossings. The Andes mountain range, an imposing barrier, favored the formation of compartmentalized cultures that occasionally traded among themselves via passes or rudimentary roads. Transoceanic maritime activity is not documented for this period. As for Mesoamerica, the Olmecs, as mentioned, were already thriving, developing a recognizable artistic style, while the early Mayans established an embryonic writing system and a presence in the jungle to build ceremonial centers. Mastery of navigation in the Gulf of Mexico or along the Pacific coast of Central America remains probable, although we lack written accounts. Local conflicts and internal migrations gradually shaped the cultural map of Central America, far from the view of the Old World. From a global perspective, the period from 1000 to 500 Anno Domini is characterized by a strong dynamism of exchanges, despite technological obstacles and the still mythical view of the ocean. Nautical knowledge, gradually accumulated, remains heterogeneous. No empire holds a monopoly on maritime discoveries, and land routes, such as the spice and silk trade routes, often play a more reliable role in connecting distant regions. Mediterranean sailors dare to venture into the Atlantic up to the Iberian coasts, perhaps further north to the British Isles, and occasionally towards Mauritania Tingitana, present-day Morocco. However, legends about Hercules and Atlantis maintain the idea of a mysterious horizon, populated with fantastic islands and unknown dangers. At this stage, most navigations remain confined to a well-known geographical arc: the Aegean Sea, the Ionian Sea, the Levantine coast, and later the Adriatic and African shores. But these movements are enough to continuously bring in a flow of exotic goods and knowledge, shaping an ancient world already curious and interconnected. Routes such as the Baltic Amber Route, the transport of tin from Cornwall, and the importation of Indian sugar into the Persian Empire reveal the extent of trade networks connecting countless peoples. In the background, the slow but real progress of observational sciences and naval construction techniques gradually contributes to unifying the spatial data collected by each civilization. The idea of a great ocean encircling the lands remains vivid, but some scholars like Eratosthenes or Strabo are already approaching a more rational perspective, suggesting that the Earth is round and that it is theoretically possible to navigate from one continent to another across this saline vastness. In fact, political and economic action often takes precedence over pure maritime exploration. Each power is concerned with consolidating its territory, securing its supply lines, and maintaining its army, rather than funding risky voyages into the unknown. In this configuration, the Atlantic still seems a secondary, underexplored, even dangerous space. This period thus marks the progressive awakening of a broadened geographical consciousness, where one juggles between legends and concrete landmarks. Sailors, influenced by stories of sea monsters and fabulous lands, gradually extend their itineraries, thanks to advances in navigation instruments and the improvement of ships. Archaeological excavations, Mesopotamian tablets, Egyptian reliefs, and Minoan frescoes confirm the central place of the sea in the economy and culture of many peoples. Over these 15 centuries, spanning from 1000 to around 500, we witnessed the rise of Carthage, Rome, Kush, and Aksum. We perceived the emergence of dictatorial dynasties in China, the consolidation of the Mayan system, and the influence of the Olmecs on the Gulf of Mexico coast. Each of these powers offers a often unprecedented political organization, establishes new trade routes, and strengthens its defensive system against internal or external threats. Meanwhile, the sea acts as a vector of contacts and exchanges, even if it remains, for most empires, a semi-unknown space that only the boldest expeditions attempt to cross in its entirety. The Phoenicians and their Carthaginian heirs long nurtured the collective imagination with their maritime exploits and the mysteries surrounding their crossings. Between the 9th and 2nd centuries before Christ, this semi-nomadic culture, originating mainly from the region corresponding to present-day Lebanon, established a thriving network of port cities, of which Tyre was one of the jewels. From this city, renowned for its royal purple extracted from shellfish, navigators set out to establish trading posts from the Levantine coast to North Africa, Sicily, Sardinia, and even beyond the Pillars of Hercules, those rock gorges that the Greeks equated with the Strait of Gibraltar. Gradually gaining their independence, the Carthaginians, descendants of Phoenician settlers, transformed Carthage, founded according to legendary tradition by Queen Dido, into a maritime empire capable of rivaling the most powerful Mediterranean states of the time. Historical and archaeological traces shed light on their advancement in the art of navigation, their notable or supposed coastal explorations, as well as the more elaborate hypotheses about their potential transoceanic adventures. The Phoenicians, followed by the Carthaginians, mastered techniques that gave them a decisive advantage in the ancient economy. The Phoenician ships, whose earliest forms date back at least to the 2nd millennium before Christ, gradually evolved into fast boats, called birames, when they had 2 superimposed rows of rowers. This arrangement increased their speed but made them labor-intensive. The sail, inherited from centuries of maritime practices in the eastern Mediterranean, complemented the effort of the rowers. According to accounts from the Hellenistic period, these vessels could travel long distances, relying on relatively safe coastal routes without straying too far from the land. The Carthaginians, political and cultural heirs of Tyre, perfected these navigation techniques to promote the trade of purple dye, precious metals, wood, and exotic products. Colonists settled in key territories, creating a logistical network intended to shelter ships and secure trade routes. The reputation of the Phoenicians and Carthaginians as explorers is notably based on ancient texts mentioning 2 famous sailors, Hanno and Himilco. According to Greek and Latin sources, Hanno, sometimes nicknamed Hanno the Navigator, is said to have led an expedition along the coasts of West Africa during the 5th century before Christ. The Periplus of Hanno, a manuscript now fragmentary, describes a journey starting from Carthage, descending the Atlantic coast of Morocco, crossing Cape Bojador, and possibly extending to the Gulf of Guinea, well south of Western Sahara. The accounts report encounters with local populations, sometimes hostile, sometimes peaceful, and describe exotic landscapes including lush vegetation and volcanoes spewing flames. The authenticity of the details has been the subject of passionate debates since the original text, written in Punic, is no longer available. We know it only through later Greek versions, which may contain embellishments. In any case, the Periplus of Hanno attests to a willingness to explore far beyond the Strait of Gibraltar, and suggests that the Carthaginians had a rudimentary mastery of offshore navigation. Meanwhile, Himilco, another Carthaginian navigator, is said to have set out to explore the vicinity of the North Atlantic. Ancient sources, notably the historian Avienus, writing in the 4th century CE, relay an account of a journey that may have led Himilco to the islands off the coast of the Iberian Peninsula, or even beyond to the Atlantic coasts of Gaul or Great Britain. The accounts mention banks of sargassum, mist, and a strange ocean strewn with algae, so thick it slowed the ship's progress. The descriptions are reminiscent of the Sargasso Sea in the North Atlantic, but it remains impossible to firmly link these texts to geographical realities. Modern historians debate whether Himilco actually reached the English Channel or if he just coasted along the shores of Portugal. In any case, these ancient mentions suggest a familiarity, real or presumed, with Atlantic routes that could have fed trade routes, particularly for tin and Baltic amber, highly prized products in the Mediterranean world. The Phoenician-Carthaginian maritime influence becomes even more significant when we consider the famous theory of the African circumnavigation commanded by the Egyptian pharaoh Necho II at the turn of the 6th century before Christ E. The Greek historian Herodotus, writing in the 5th century, reports that Necho II had tasked Phoenician sailors with discovering whether Africa could be circumnavigated by sea from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean. According to Herodotus, these men took 3 years to complete this journey around Africa, stopping every autumn to sow wheat, harvest the crop, and then take to the sea again. At the end of their voyage, they returned via the Pillars of Hercules, surprising the Hellenic world by explaining that they saw the sun to their right, meaning to the north, a sign they were traveling through the southern hemisphere. For many historians, this detail lends some credibility to the account. However, no archaeological evidence formally attests to this voyage, and some see it as the retroactive addition of an anecdote. Nonetheless, the feat remains plausible, as perfect knowledge of the monsoon winds in the Indian Ocean and the performance of their shallow ships in the Red Sea hinted at such enterprises. The Phoenicians, who already traded with Egypt and whose reputation was well established, were likely the right navigators to take up this challenge. Beyond these certified or plausible routes, the question that still arouses curiosity is that of a possible Atlantic crossing by the Carthaginians. Some ancient authors cast doubt or maintain the legend of a mysterious continent beyond the ocean, Okeanos. Could the daring sailors of Tyre and Carthage have crossed the considerable barrier of the immense Atlantic and its regime of winds and currents? Proponents of this hypothesis highlight the Carthaginian skill in building sturdy ships, the variety of maritime routes they already mastered for their trade, but also the search for new sources of metals or exotic products. At the time, the demand for gold, silver, copper, or tin was immense. Some believe that, out of a desire to keep their routes secret, they might have concealed potential discoveries of extremely distant territories. Indeed, Roman texts later recount the idea of a fabulous island that the Carthaginians found in the middle of the Atlantic, without ever disclosing its location to prevent it from arousing the covetousness of other peoples. However, several arguments temper these scenarios of transoceanic epics. First, bi-level or bi-ream ships, despite their advanced engineering for the time, were still designed for coastal or semi-coastal navigation. They relied on the regular presence of ports and resupply points. Their square rigging, relatively rudimentary for sailing against opposing winds, made any open sea crossing delicate in an area where contrary winds can prevail during certain seasons. Moreover, the provisions on board did not keep well, and it's worth noting that navigation still relied heavily on the observation of stars, which, although developed since Babylonian astronomy, was limited by the lack of sophisticated measuring instruments like the sextant. Faced with the open sea, the voyage would have required exceptional logistical organization, along with detailed knowledge of the prevailing currents. While there is little doubt that the Phoenicians and Carthaginians mastered tides and had some knowledge of astronomy, uncertainties remain concerning their ability to tackle the long crossing of the central Atlantic, known for its formidable belt of calms and seasonal cyclones. Additionally, there is a lack of tangible archaeological evidence. To date, no Phoenician or Carthaginian amphora has been discovered on the American continent that can be definitively attributed to the period before Christopher Columbus. The shipwrecks found in the Atlantic mostly tell medieval or early modern stories, with no verifiable trace of an ancient Punic presence. The link between archaeology and historiography remains essential. To prove an Atlantic crossing, ideally, a stopover site, an unquestionably identified object, or remnants of Mediterranean products in a stratigraphic layer predating the 15th century would need to be found. Several rumors have highlighted coins found here and there, or structures that could have belonged to ancient navigators, but their authentication has always remained fragile. The few conclusions, often fanciful, have not withstood scientific scrutiny. Thus, the absence of any solid form of archaeological or textual documentation leads the majority of specialists to dismiss the idea of a Carthaginian colonization or even a simple landing on American soil. Despite this cautious observation, human imagination has never fully resolved to definitively bury the question. In the 20th century, Norwegian explorer Thor Heyerdahl conducted several expeditions to test the feasibility of intercontinental journeys aboard vessels built using ancient techniques. His belief was based on the idea that contacts between the Old World and the New World had existed for millennia, and that it was possible to cross the ocean with rudimentary materials. After notably demonstrating that a balsa wood raft, the Kon-Tiki, could drift from Peru to Polynesia in 1947, Heyerdahl focused on papyrus boats, a material widely used in antiquity on the banks of the Nile. His project, named Ra the Tsin in 1970, involved building a papyrus ship inspired by Egyptian models, then attempting the Atlantic crossing from Morocco to Barbados in the Caribbean. The team was able to highlight the role of ocean currents and trade winds, demonstrating, albeit in different conditions from those of antiquity, that a primitive design vessel could cross the ocean. The precedent of Ra II fueled speculation. If Egyptian or Phoenician sailors had benefited from similar conditions, could they have reached the American coasts as early as the first millennium before Christ? The success of Heyerdahl does not, of course, prove the existence of such a voyage in antiquity, but offers a glimpse into the possible drift assisted by trade winds and currents like the Canary Current or the North Equatorial Current. When the right conditions present themselves, a simple sailboat can drift to the Caribbean. Over time, various enthusiasts have drawn inspiration from this example to devise or revisit hypotheses of forgotten maritime explorations. However, the gap between modern, practical demonstration and Carthaginian or Phoenician reality remains vast. Historically, logistical needs, the lack of adequate storage for food and water, vulnerability to tropical storms, and the absence of trade outposts at sea are all formidable obstacles. The diplomatic situation of Carthage over the centuries also sheds new light. In ongoing conflict with the Greeks of Sicily, and then in open warfare against Rome during the Punic Wars, Carthage often had priorities other than exploration over vast offshore distances. Having dominated much of North Africa and established lucrative trade relations throughout the Western Mediterranean basin, the Carthaginians focused rather on controlling strategic maritime routes, Spanish mines, or Cornish tin. They also sought to preserve their monopoly on the production of the famous garum, a fermented fish sauce, the preparation of metals, and the supply of grains from fertile lands. In such a context, even if an accidental discovery of a distant continent had occurred, the absence of immediate economic prospect, at least in the logic of antiquity, could have limited any effort for sustainable colonization. A rapid profitability was necessary to consider establishing a regular connection across the ocean. Other contextual elements suggest that the Carthaginians leaned towards less risky expeditions. The small Atlantic islands off the coast of Morocco, such as the Canary Islands, may have been known, at least cited, but there is no evidence of permanent settlements prior to the Roman period. Navigations probably did not go much farther. Systematic exploration of more distant areas would have required equipment, abundant provisions, and a robust fleet capable of withstanding storms for several weeks. It is known that in the Mediterranean, the Phoenicians and Carthaginians used landmarks and relied on a fine knowledge of local winds to optimize crossings. Venturing several hundred kilometers from the coasts without knowing what lay beyond was a gigantic gamble. The many Greek myths about the Okeanos as the boundary of the perceptible world also reflect the fear and fascination for this vast, aquatic unknown. The Strait of Gibraltar was already dubbed the Pillars of Hercules, marking the extreme ends of the civilized world as conceived by many ancient navigators. To think of passing these pillars led to imagining sea monsters or immense waterfalls, according to some folklore legends. On a religious and symbolic level, the Phoenico-Carthaginian civilization, with its worship of Baal and Tanit, often imported its deities to the trading posts it established, evidence of a strong cultural attachment to the mother city. Traces of these sanctuaries have been identified in Sardinia, Sicily, and up to southern Spain. If there had been a verified expedition across the Atlantic, one might imagine that sailors or colonists would have erected landmarks or even steles or tombs, similar to those discovered on Mediterranean shores. But the documentation remains silent. The Romans, during the destruction of Carthage in 146 before Christ, did not leave testimonies about documents or maps that would have confirmed such an odyssey. The famous Carthaginian archives, lost in the flames, might have contained valuable writings on maritime routes, but no fragments survive. Moreover, neither Polybius nor Livy, whom both are prolific about the Rome-Carthage rivalry, mention an unknown continent discovered by the enemy Puni. Certainly, linguistic clues or legendary tales could fuel speculations. Some researchers have tried to find possible Semitic roots in the toponymy of Central America or the Caribbean, but these comparative approaches prove problematic. Place names, subject to multiple influences, can evolve similarly by sheer coincidence or be the result of retrospective interpretation. Indigenous stories, on their part, do not clearly mention visits from foreign ships prior to the first documented European contacts. The rare myths mentioning men coming from the east or beyond the sea are too vague to be linked to a Phoenico-Carthaginian origin. Methodological missteps, like attempts to find Punic writings in American petroglyphs, have only yielded fortuitous coincidences. More serious approaches favor DNA analysis or the dating of organic remains, but nothing has yet been found to support the hypothesis of a Phoenico-Carthaginian transatlantic epic. Nonetheless, maritime history enthusiasts evoke the obsession with commercial secrecy that reigned among the Carthaginians, fearing Greek and later Roman competition. A passage from the Roman historian Pliny the Elder reports that a Carthaginian commander had deliberately run his ship aground in the open sea to avoid disclosing the location of a profitable trading post. This anecdote, whether true or not, illustrates the mentality of a civilization aware of the strategic value of its trade routes. The possibility of a major discovery, kept hidden out of fear that other nations would covet it, seems enticing, but it remains in the realm of myth for lack of concrete evidence. In the ancient world, such a secret would probably have leaked through diplomatic exchanges or merchant intermediaries. The very existence of a new land, rich in resources, would have provoked immediate covetousness. Great powers like Egypt, Persia, or later Rome would not have ignored such a geographical treasure. These questions, which historians and archaeologists have been asking for generations, are thus up against an almost insurmountable wall: the lack of material discoveries and the caution imposed by our literary sources. There is nothing to stop us from imagining that a Carthaginian crew might have accidentally drifted farther west than expected, or even gotten lost. Storms or unforeseen currents could push a ship far from its usual routes. But an isolated incident, even if it had occurred, would not necessarily have had practical repercussions, and it would have had little chance of resulting in the establishment of a trading post. Most often, the Carthaginians launched expeditions with the specific aim of exploring or establishing a replenishment point as part of a structured trade. However, in the American regions of the first millennium before Christ, no clientele or local product would have interested the Mediterranean market to the point of justifying a colossal effort. Conversely, if gold or other riches had flowed, we would certainly have kept a written record or an echo in later traditions. The comparison with Thor Heyerdahl's Ra II expedition, conducted in 1970, illustrates both the possibilities and the limitations of a transoceanic hypothesis in antiquity. Heyerdahl and his crew built a papyrus ship inspired, according to reconstructions, by models from Pharaonic Egypt. Their vessel, about 12 meters long, was equipped with a mast supporting a single sail. Starting in Morocco, the adventure demonstrated that with the combination of the trade winds blowing from east to west and the north equatorial current, one could reach Barbados in nearly 2 months. However, it is known that this success also relied on the expertise of modern navigators capable of interpreting meteorological signals, using radio, and maintaining the watertightness of the ship with reinforcing materials. The Phoenician or Carthaginian sailors did not have these contemporary resources, and their extended understanding, while notable for the time, cannot be compared to 20th century navigation science. Moreover, even though papyrus was well known in the Mediterranean world, it was not the main material used by Phoenician shipyards. Wood remained the norm, reinforced with dowels or tenons and mortises. Although the success of Ra II does not formally demonstrate the passage of a Punic galleon across the Atlantic, it has helped broaden the scope of speculations about ancient nautical capabilities. Some reconstructions undertaken since then strive to build ships in cedar wood or sewn planks using techniques supposedly Phoenician or Carthaginian. The attempts highlight that it remains possible to hold the sea in the Atlantic, provided one vaguely knows the navigation calendars and prepares a significant stock of provisions. The great challenge, however, remains the potential duration of such an expedition and the uncertainty regarding the nature of the lands to be discovered. Navigators of the ancient world did not have any precise maps of the Atlantic. The portalands that appeared much later still contained shadowy areas. Among the Phoenicians and Carthaginians, itineraries were often memorized, transmitted orally, and possibly recorded in some now lost accounts or logbooks. The mere decision to venture 5 days sailing on an uncharted ocean already constituted an act of extreme courage. It is also important to emphasize the socio-political framework in which these sailors operated. The Phoenicians were divided into rival city-states, such as Sidon, Byblos, or Tyre, each with their own shipyards, merchant and military fleets. Carthage, founded around the 9th century before Christ, later dominated the other Phoenician foundations in the western Mediterranean. Its power rested on an aristocracy of merchants and ship owners, strongly oriented towards export and control of strategic stops. The Carthaginians established themselves in Sicily, Sardinia, the Balearic Islands, and on the coasts of present-day Spain, where they extracted silver and other precious metals. The colossal profits generated by these settlements allowed them to build a formidable navy. However, their main efforts were directed towards Greek competition in the Mediterranean or against the Iberian and Gallic tribes. The Roman threat quickly became their greatest concern, leading to direct confrontation during the Punic Wars from 264 to 146 before Christ. In such a context, distant exploration took a back seat. Military and economic energies were focused on defending or expanding the existing network. Greek and Roman chronicles emphasize the near zealousness of the Carthaginians to protect their monopoly, but never truly mention a protected transatlantic route. At the turn of the 1st century before Christ, Rome's expansion towards the west intensified. After gradually subduing the Iberian Peninsula, Roman power found itself facing the Atlantic coasts, an area it knew little about and still considered the far edge of a world primarily centered around the Mediterranean Sea. The Atlantic was seen as a distant, windy, and sometimes dangerous zone where legions and merchants ventured with caution. Yet the lure of profit and the strategic need to control maritime outlets prompted the empire to establish sustained commercial relations with several key points along the Atlantic front, from the southern tip of present-day Spain to the misty shores of Britannia, passing through Gaul, without however engaging in very pronounced offshore navigation actions. The resources found on these shores, as well as the geopolitical importance of avoiding any retreats of hostile populations in areas where Rome did not exert complete domination, would encourage the imperial authority to maintain a continuous presence in several ports of the Western Roman world. Among these ports, Gades, known today as Cadiz in southern Spain, plays a major role for commerce and the Roman fleet. Located at the outlet of the strait connecting the Mediterranean to the Atlantic Ocean, this ancient city of Phoenician origin benefits from its strategic location to transit goods between the Mediterranean world and the populations of the North Atlantic. The Romans notably export wine, olive oil, and processed products like the famous garum, a fish sauce highly prized throughout the empire. Gades also becomes a departure point toward the rich metal mines located in the Iberian hinterland. Silver, copper, and lead, extracted in the Roman provinces of Hispania, often leave this port before reaching more distant markets in southern Gaul or Italy. In the other direction, breeders and farmers of the Iberian Peninsula import ceramics, oil lamps, and sometimes luxury items like bronze or silver tableware, as Rome spreads its cultural influence. Further north, Olisipo, the future Lisbon, also stands out as an essential port hub. The city is located near the estuary of the Tagus, a wide and deep river favorable for accommodating large ships. The Romans gradually developed this area, building warehouses, docks, and ensuring the connection with land routes that ascend into the interior of Lusitania. The merchants who transit there are often specialized in the export of local agricultural products, notably wheat and other cereals, as well as in the dispatch of metals from the confines of the peninsula. Moreover, Olisipo finds itself at the center of a commercial network that attracts not only Roman merchants, but also provincial traders and more modest sailors operating coastal vessels. For Rome, controlling this point of passage also means ensuring that the sometimes rebellious Lusitanian tribes do not escape fiscal control. In Gaul, Beardegala, the present-day Bordeaux, occupies a privileged site at the mouth of the Garonne, not far from the ocean. During the Roman era, this position confers a major maritime relay function to the city. The Aquitanian wine, which quickly gains a reputation, is shipped from there to the north of Gaul and insular Britain. At the same time, the Romans introduced large quantities of amphorae to store oil, wine, and garum. They establish around Beardegala port infrastructures composed of wooden docks, small shipyards, and facilities dedicated to the storage of goods. There are also testimonies of imports of fine pottery, typical of ancient trade, which circulate inland thanks to the Roman roads linking the Bordeaux region to other major cities of Gaul. Beyond the strictly commercial dimension, the city benefits from its location to enrich itself culturally, hosting various groups of merchants, officials, and army veterans. At the end of a long land or river route, Londinium, the future London, eventually becomes the focal point of the province of Britannia. Despite its rainy climate and sometimes inhospitable coasts, Great Britain holds strategic and economic importance for the empire. The Romans are interested in its lead and tin ores, two essential components for Roman crafts and currency. The mining deposits in the southwest of the island in Cornwall export tin to the continent since pre-Roman times, and this export continues under the empire. Thanks to the protection of legions stationed on the island, Londinium is equipped with docks intended for the unloading of these metals before they are sent back to Gaul or Italy. To secure the area, fortifications and watchtowers are erected at several points along the British coast. The difficulties of navigation in the English Channel, subject to strong tidal currents, require trained crews and ships strong enough to face adverse winds. Therefore, Roman trade with the Atlantic coast is characterized by the recurrent circulation of several types of goods. Among the most profitable is garum, a fermented sauce, highly prized in all layers of Roman society. Produced in large quantities in the region of present-day Andalusia, it is packaged in specific amphorae and then transported by sea. The Romans also transport significant quantities of wine from Italy or Narbonese Gaul, taking advantage of the strong demand from the local Romanized elites. Metals, on the other hand, constitute a vital sector. Roman Spain supplies silver, gold, and lead, while the island of Britannia offers lead and tin. The Gallo-Roman forges prosper thanks to this abundance of raw materials, while actively participating in the production of equipment for the army. This commercial effervescence fosters the rise of Iberian, Gallic, and British ports, while consolidating the economic foundations of the empire. Parallel to this well-documented reality, a debate persists regarding the possible Roman presence in the Atlantic far beyond European confines. Some authors have mentioned the discovery of Roman amphorae in Guanabara Bay, Brazil, suggesting the possibility of an early transatlantic journey, several centuries before the Portuguese expeditions. According to this hypothesis, Roman ships might have, voluntarily or not, drifted towards the coasts of South America. The argument relies on ceramic and amphora remains that have been spotted at the bottom of the bay. However, the question remains extremely controversial among archaeologists and historians. Numerous prospecting and analysis missions have concluded that these artifacts could be much later intrusions or even misinterpreted forgeries. The the sediments and geological layers studied around the supposed location have not provided conclusive evidence of an ancient deposit. Experts suggest the possibility of sedimentary contaminations, common when an underwater site is reshaped by currents or modern dredging. Another discovery often cited by proponents of ancient transatlantic navigation, the Roman tesserus found at L'Anse Amour, in Labrador, eastern Canada. These are said to be small metal pieces or objects whose shape and composition resemble certain artifacts from the Roman period. Here again, caution from anthropologists and geologists is advised. Careful analysis of the soil layers and isotopic study of these fragments often suggest a later deposit or a fortuitous transfer by modern-era European settlers. The arguments in favor of a Roman presence in Labrador rely on evidence too tenuous to convince the majority of the scientific community. This community regularly points out that the absence of any archaeological context consistent with dwellings, ceramics, tombs, and various artifacts makes it impossible to draw definite conclusions about the continued presence of Roman expeditions in these places. Thus, while the idea of a temporary and purely accidental contact cannot be entirely ruled out, the hypothesis of a structured exploration remains very unlikely. Roman naval technology, although advanced for its time, had limitations in terms of deep-sea navigation. Roman merchant ships, often equipped with rectangular or square sails, primarily sailed with the help of favorable winds. These merchant vessels, also called corbita or naves honorariae, were built to carry significant cargoes of goods and materials, but did not excel in their ability to sail against the wind. They could measure several tens of meters in length and were often robust, capable of coasting along shores. However, Roman sailors were wary of venturing into the open ocean, where the contrary winds and storms of the Atlantic could quickly set a ship adrift. The shipyards of the era were likely partly inspired by innovations from Greek and Phoenician traditions in construction, but the focus had always been on the Mediterranean. Extended deep-sea routes remained rare due to the lack of sufficiently precise navigation tools to orient once the coasts disappeared from view. Roman sailors primarily relied on coastal navigation. They progressed in small steps along the coastline, regularly stopping in coves, ports, or simple natural anchorages. This method limited risks as it reduced time spent on waters where the movement of swells and currents could not be controlled. To calculate their position, they used a few astronomical references without yet having a standardized system like the magnetic compass, which did not exist yet in the West. Positioning techniques mainly relied on observing the sun, moon, constellations, and coastal profiles. In inland seas, these methods often sufficed, as the distance between two ports was reasonable, and the coastline remained not far off. In the Atlantic Ocean, where the horizon extends unobstructed over vast distances, the sea quickly appeared intimidating to crews. Warships, like triremes and liburnians, were more maneuverable and faster, but their design was mainly intended for conflicts within the Mediterranean. The ranks of rowers and the ship's shape allowed for battle tactics based on ramming and maneuvering on less tumultuous waters. When found in the Atlantic, these ships could head into deep waters, but their autonomy remained limited by the need to house and feed a large number of men on board. Furthermore, Traversing thousands of nautical miles to explore unknown regions was not a military priority in Roman doctrine, which focused on securing land borders and protecting established trade routes. In the Atlantic provinces, Rome's maritime policy primarily aims to prevent any local uprising that could escalate into raids on coastal waters. Regional squadrons patrol the English Channel or along the Iberian Peninsula without undertaking major offshore expeditions. The maritime forts, such as Gesoriacum and Boulogne-sur-Mer, serve as fallback bases and departure points for ships carrying troops and supplies. Despite demonstrated proficiency in medium-distance logistics, Rome does not develop a fleet specifically designed for oceanic exploration. The empire prefers to channel its resources towards the maintenance of land routes and the consolidation of the limes against threats from the north or east. As a result, the cultural and geopolitical gaps between the imperial core and the ultra-oceanic regions remain very pronounced. The Romans erect lighthouses, such as the Tower of Hercules in Galicia or the vast lighthouse of Ostia, Rome's Mediterranean port, but no comparable program truly exists along the distant shores of the North Atlantic, apart from a few rudimentary watchtowers. This technological condition is also reflected in the very composition of merchant ships. Many of them rely on hulls with flush planking, nailed or doweled, held together by a mortise and tenon assembly inherited from the Mediterranean basin cultures. While the technique already allows for the construction of robust ships, Roman engineering does not consider the possibility of prolonged transoceanic crossings. The holds are poorly ventilated, potable water is difficult to preserve, and Atlantic storms could break the rigging or bring water aboard. Faced with these obstacles, Roman pilots often prefer to wait for the fair season, calculating their route between two safe ports. Weather conditions then determine the majority of the sailing calendar, with an active sailing season from late March to early November. In winter, many ships remain docked to avoid shipwrecks and maritime mishaps. Textual sources, like those of Strabo or Pliny the Elder, hint at a fascination for the great ocean that surrounds the world. However, beyond this intellectual curiosity, the empire does not invest significant resources to break through the mental barrier of the Atlantic's edges. The Romans are fully aware of the power of the tides, particularly in the Channel area, and speak of the difficulty of navigating there. Texts highlight the instability of the winds, contrary to the ship's westward progression. Some isolated merchants and adventurers, driven by the search for lucrative opportunities or by personal daring, may have passed unexplored capes. However, there is no tangible record of permanent settlements on American lands, nor even of an imperial will to exploit the ocean for such expeditions. The example of the African circumnavigation, attributed to the Phoenicians under the reign of Necho II, certainly proves that long maritime journeys are feasible in contact with certain civilizations, but the Roman state does not pursue this ambition on the Atlantic routes. Archaeological evidence found in Atlantic Europe confirms the primarily regional role of Roman maritime presence. In Gades, excavations have uncovered countless amphoras stored in coastal depots, attesting to the vitality of garum exportation and other products. The remains of quays and handling structures in the Lisbon area validate the existence of continuous merchandise flows, while in Aquitaine, the port remains excavated around Burdigala, show the importance of wine trade exchanges. In Londinium, archaeologists recover from the Thames sediments fragments of Roman pontoons and barge wrecks, demonstrating the fluvio-maritime activity aimed at redistributing products upstream and downstream. While all these infrastructures prove Rome's certain interest in the Atlantic coast, they do not imply a maritime expansion radically turned towards the open sea. The maritime routes connecting these ports hardly exceed the European horizon, and the few accounts mentioning the Canary Islands or some isolated islands remain marginal and fanciful. Regarding the presumed extreme Western discoveries, examination consistently faces the challenge of a lack of coherent archaeological layers. Amphorae attributed to Roman origin in far-off regions like Brazil must be assessed within a precise sedimentary and stratigraphic context. It happens that fragments of amphorae serve as ballast in ships from later times or are imported as curiosities in subsequent centuries. The recovery of ancient art objects by 19th century collectors can also cause confusion when these artifacts end up lost or submerged at sites without a direct link to antiquity. Ocean currents can carry certain debris very far, so the mere discovery of a piece of pottery cannot in itself constitute proof of a permanent presence or an organized Roman voyage. Tales of intriguing ships drifting during endless storms remain in the realm of literary speculation, popular over the centuries, but rarely supported by first-hand archaeological context. From the navigation standpoint, the square profile of Roman sails limits pilots to follow the coast to take advantage of side winds. The rare attempts to venture offshore require secondary rigging or a bias sail technique, which is more delicate to master and less effective than the lateen sail arrangements developed later in the Middle Ages. Roman sailors also do not possess a perfected axial rudder. Until a certain period, they rather use side oars for steering their ships, complicating the maintenance of a stable course in Atlantic waves. Knowledge in astronomy, inherited from Hellenic culture and enriched by Latin treatises, remains useful for determining latitude, but not longitude. Navigators sometimes carry wax tablets on which approximate markers are drawn, as well as rudimentary instruments for estimating the height of the North Star. However, the apparent precision of these methods is challenged by the reality of swell, currents, and storms, making offshore expeditions hazardous and too risky for an empire whose prosperity primarily relies on a well-organized exploitation of well-defined territories. Finally, Roman offshore navigation is hampered by economic and political considerations. The empire's leaders prefer to focus spending on the land army, the construction of roads and aqueducts, and the defense of the Rhine and Danube frontiers. Maritime control remains crucial within the Mediterranean itself, where the greatest part of trade and internal communication routes of the empire is concentrated. Along the Atlantic, Rome chooses segmented regional dominations. Each coastal province secures its maritime surroundings, maintains port garrisons, collects taxes on transiting goods, but does not seek to project its power beyond. In such a scheme, the few legionaries or local militias assigned to monitor the ports of Gades, Olisipo, Burdigala, or Londinium are primarily concerned with repelling potential enemies or putting an end to piracy over short distances. The risks of an adventure into the distant ocean do not align with the political priorities and available knowledge. Ultimately, trade practices follow relatively well-defined circuits. Boats departing from Gades or Lisbon rarely venture far offshore, favoring a route towards Gaul or Britain, making stops at various anchorages. Ships leaving Narbo for Burdigala hug the coast of the Bay of Biscay to limit the impact of currents. Similar circuits are used in the English Channel, where the coastline offers some natural shelters, even though navigation remains complex there due to the tides. Beyond that, the open ocean remains uninviting for crews trained in the Mediterranean tradition. At the same time, Roman culture is durably shaping the Atlantic provinces. In large ports like Olisipo, baths, temples, and theaters are built, expressing the Romanization of the region. Local elites adopt the Latin language and enter circles of power. The establishment of rural villas around Burdigala illustrates the prosperity of certain families enriched by the trade of wine and agricultural products. Londinium, once a simple military post, transforms into a major administrative center coupled with a bustling port on the Thames. Legions collect taxes and customs duties, while Romanized British elites become acquainted with the aesthetic tastes of imperial culture. The network of roads built by the public authority facilitates the rapid movement of goods, complementing what the modest coastal navy cannot achieve alone. If there is indeed an economic integration of these Atlantic territories, it is primarily conceived from a continental perspective, reinforcing Rome's supply lines and encompassing these provinces within an imperial network centered around the Mare Nostrum, that is to say, the Mediterranean. Despite the profound influence the empire exerts on the Atlantic space, the alleged discoveries of Roman remains in South America or Labrador do not naturally fit into the historical logic of a planned expansion. Underwater archaeology has not been able to authenticate irrefutable evidence, proving that Roman ships ever landed on American shores. The specifics of the Atlantic currents and the lack of strategic interest for Rome explain why the empire did not seek to cross these natural barriers. The image of an empire at the end of the Atlantic sums up a local domination, punctuated by well-established outposts, without extending into the high seas. Technological limitations, finally, symbolize one of the decisive factors. Square sails, ideal for the Mediterranean when a stable following wind blows, become a handicap in the Atlantic, where airflows can quickly turn and hinder the progress of ships. Roman hulls, robust but poorly suited for a long crossing, testify to pragmatic choices. Rome envisions the ocean as a frontier, to be monitored to prevent barbarian incursions and ensure the proper flow of commerce, without however venturing towards an unknown horizon. The absence of advanced navigation tools, combined with the scarcity of safe havens along the northern Atlantic coasts, reinforces this caution. Sailors therefore settle for regular mooring in familiar ports, avoiding the open sea as much as possible, where headwinds constitute a perpetual challenge for those venturing too far. During the centuries that followed the gradual fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 Anno Domini, and until the early Middle Ages between the 5th and 8th centuries, Ireland saw a unique form of monastic life flourish. In an insular context relatively sheltered from the invasions affecting the European continent, the Christianization of Ireland began in the 5th century, notably thanks to the legendary figure of Saint Patrick, active around 432 to 461. Many monasteries and religious communities of Celtic tradition emerged, privileging solitude, prayer, and the pursuit of a withdrawn life. These Irish monks, inspired by an ascetic ideal, sometimes chose to head for distant islands off the coast in order to isolate themselves and fully devote themselves to spiritual contemplation. In the sources, this approach is often called peregrinatio pro Christo, that is, a voluntary exile for Christ. It was not simply about exiling to flee the world, but immersing oneself in an environment where nature, often hostile, became the setting for a vibrant religious life. The Celtic monastic model, turned toward the sea, echoes other isolated traditions of the Mediterranean world. However, in Ireland, geographical remoteness, the harshness of the North Atlantic coasts, and the imagination linked to the oceans played a crucial role. Hagiographies and accounts of spiritual journeys frequently mention the anxiety prompted by an unknown and mysterious sea. The monks embarked on these expeditions in modest vessels, sometimes skin boats, without complex sails, or equipped with a simple rudimentary sail, partially inherited from local maritime techniques. The neighboring archipelagos, such as the Hebrides off the coast of Scotland, the Shetland Islands, or the Orkney Islands, thus welcomed Christian hermitages as early as the 6th century. Archaeological traces of small stone cells, often called beehive huts due to their beehive shape, testify to these settlements in particularly isolated locations. The phenomenon of peregrinatio was not only about short crossings. Some later texts suggest that, in the collective imagination of these monks, there was the possibility of more distant islands located beyond the open sea, in the extension of the North Atlantic. Since these men lived in a strong spiritual framework, any potential geographical discovery was accompanied by a religious quest to find what they sometimes called the promised land of the saints, or an island of paradise. It is in this context that a famous text emerged in the 9th century, the Navigatio Sancti Brendani. It recounts the exploits and tribulations of Saint Brendan, an Irish monk of the 6th century, Saint Brendan of Clonfert, 484-578, according to tradition, who is supposed to have undertaken a prodigious journey to unknown Western territories. The Navigatio Sancti Brendani, written in Latin, is one of the most disseminated hagiographic texts of the Middle Ages. It circulated throughout Europe and enchanted many generations of copyists and readers fascinated by tales of high seas navigation. The work is presented as a narrative of miraculous and symbolic adventures. Brendan, accompanied by a few companions, sets out on a boat made of wood and skins, very similar to the traditional curragh, to undertake a long wandering across the ocean. There, he faces countless trials, violent winds, sea monsters, opaque fogs, and infinite horizons. The text mentions mysterious encounters, including the famous episode of the Whale Island. In the legend, Brendan and his monks seemingly land on a stable island to celebrate Mass, only to realize it was actually the massive back of a gigantic sea creature, often identified as a whale. This moving island echoes a legendary motif already present in some ancient traditions, but the Navigatio incorporates it with a spiritual dimension. The sea, in the medieval mindset, is the quintessential place of trial of faith, and everything that happens there is interpreted as a sign or divine allegory. Another curious element of the story lies in the description of crystal columns that Brendan and his companions see in the middle of the sea. Some modern historians and commentators have suggested that this could be the first mention of icebergs, those massive blocks of ice that break off from polar ice sheets and drift off the coast of Greenland or Newfoundland. Obviously, the literature of that era often transforms reality into fantastic images. The crystal columns of the narrative become the incarnation of glasslands or heavenly boundaries, but it is not excluded that the monk or scribe who originated the text drew inspiration from oral testimonies describing real icebergs. Similarly, the marine fauna and flora described in these legends take on fabulous aspects. Medieval monks, not well versed in scientific zoology, readily equated a large fish with a monster or a rock with a creature rising from the depths. The Navigatio Sancti Brendani, beyond its spiritual dimension, raises the fascinating question of whether these monks could have actually reached distant islands of the North Atlantic, like Iceland or even Greenland, before the Viking era. In the current state of research, it is impossible to prove that Brendan himself undertook such a journey between the 6th and 7th centuries. The written sources related to this saint are enveloped by hagiographic tradition, which aims primarily to magnify the holiness of the figure and does not necessarily aspire to depict an exact geography. However, the cultural context of medieval Ireland, with its obsession with the open sea, suggests that more ambitious navigation attempts could very well have taken place. Irish sailors had curraghs, light yet sturdy, and could, with the force of the prevailing winds, reach the Hebrides, or even venture further into the North Atlantic. The monks likely relied on their empirical knowledge of the currents, observations of migratory bird behavior, and prayer to guide their route. To assess the real feasibility of such a journey, the expedition led by British writer and adventurer Tim Severin between 1976 and 1977 provided a remarkable insight. Severin was passionate about maritime history and experimental archaeology. He wanted to know if the Irish monks' boats could have navigated long distances amidst the rough waters of the North Atlantic. He built a curragh using traditional techniques, covered with tanned leather, and recreating as closely as possible the materials one might have found in Ireland in the early Middle Ages. Departing from the west of Ireland, he sailed to Iceland with some planned stops, particularly in the Hebrides and the Faroe Islands. The initial aim was to reach Greenland. Weather conditions and expedition constraints led Severin to adjust his itinerary, but he managed to demonstrate that a leather boat, similar in design to what St. Brendan might have used, was capable of braving the high waves of the Atlantic. This feat of experimental archaeology proved that, technically, the story recounted by the Navigatio was not devoid of all practical foundation. Despite this modern reenactment, it is essential to emphasize that no archaeological remains have been found in North America that can be conclusively linked to an Irish presence predating the Viking site at L'Anse aux Meadows. Archaeological research conducted in Labrador or on the North American coast has not uncovered monastic structures, Celtic crosses, Ogham-inscribed stones, the primitive Irish alphabet, or other markers clearly attributable to monks from the 5th to 8th century. The Viking sites in Newfoundland, discovered much later, offer concrete evidence of a Scandinavian presence, but nothing indicates that monastic Ireland could have left a similar imprint. Theories, sometimes exotic, of an Irish landing off the Canadian coast, or even the American shores, often rely on toponymic connections or oral legends. However, in the absence of verifiable artifacts, it is difficult to definitively validate a real and sustained contact between Irish monks and the lands of the New World. As a result, a profound debate animates historians. Should the Navigatio Sancti Brendani be considered a purely symbolic tale, intended to edify the medieval reader on the virtue of faith and divine providence? Or should it be seen as a confused but real trace of bold Irish navigations that may have exceeded the boundaries of Northern Europe? Each camp has its arguments. For most medievalists, the purpose of the hagiographic text is not to provide an accurate historical account. The supernatural occupies a large place, and Christian wonders transcend the rules of simple geography. The monks who copied or read the Navigatio were not necessarily seeking to verify the accuracy of the described locations. Their goal was often to nourish their faith and meditate on the power of God manifested in the wonders of creation. Conversely, some researchers remind us that Ireland has been a great nation of navigators since late antiquity, and it's not impossible that crews, driven by adventure, came ashore on remote northern islands, sometimes imagining they had discovered new lands. The episode of the crystal columns could very well correspond in a romanticized manner to the discovery of icy landscapes around Iceland, or even along the coasts of Greenland. The monks of Ireland, widely literate for their time and bearers of oral traditions, could have later shared these transformed stories, filling their books with wonders inspired by reality, but transfigured by faith and popular culture. The methodological debate is all the more intense because numerous geographies of the imagination are observed in the medieval world. Bestiaries, for example, are full of fabulous animals based on real creatures, but distorted by legend. Maritime maps often retain traces of phantom islands such as High Brazil, sometimes associated with Ireland in Irish tradition, which embodied for sailors' quests or formidable mirages. Swanhild or Copa, obscure names of navigators, sometimes appear in certain lost manuscripts on the margins of tradition, suggesting that various maritime heroes were invented or exaggerated. In this line, St. Brendan can represent the archetype of the navigator monk, setting out to the world's edges to confront the unknown, relying on both divine protection and his skill in maneuvering a makeshift curragh. From a more technical perspective, skin boats remain objects of curiosity for naval historians. The Irish curragh, light and maneuverable, was constructed by stretching skins, generally cowhide, over a wooden frame. The joints and caulking could be ensured by a mixture of animal fat and tar, a derivative of resin or bituminous substances. Despite the apparent fragility of the structure, such boats could successfully handle significant swells provided they were not overloaded and followed relatively favorable winds. In the early Middle Ages, monks lacked the magnetic compass, which would be introduced much later in Europe, and the perfected maritime astrolabe, still to come in Mediterranean navigation. But they knew how to read the sun's position, the moon's orientation, and above all, recognize the behavior of seabirds to identify proximity to land. The use of natural signals like currents, winds, and drifting seaweed complemented an art of navigation based more on experience than theory. Regarding the symbolic versus historical significance of the Navigatio Sancti Brendani, the thematic tradition of the sea in Celtic Christianity exacerbates this uncertainty. The monks sought a desert in the biblical sense, and lacking the arid expanses of the Near East, they turned to these bodies of water. The sea served as a liquid desert, a place of voluntary exile, an intimate encounter with God. In their writings, any island appearing on the horizon became a spiritual promised land to conquer. Some academic hypotheses suggest that if, by chance, these navigators had set foot on a new island, they might have lived as hermits there for some time, leaving behind possible traces of small stone structures. Unfortunately, the erosion of time, climate variations, and the low demographic footprint of these potential colonies may have obliterated their material evidence. In this context, the rediscovery of the mythical feat of St. Brendan by Tim Severin sparked public enthusiasm in the late 1970s. Using his courage built according to early medieval methods with a frame of oak and ash, carefully assembled leather skins, and natural materials for waterproofing, Severin proved in the most tangible way imaginable that the voyage recounted in the Navigatio could be anchored in practical reality. The photographs and films documenting his sea journey show a rather frail vessel, its prow bucking before the powerful waves of the North Atlantic. Yet, this curragh withstood and made steady progress, thanks to the determination of the crew and knowledge of the winds. After skirting along the Hebrides, the Brendan expedition made a stopover in the Faroe Islands, where the harsh climate and sailing conditions highlight the difficulty of such a journey. Then, Severin set course for Iceland, proving that with experience and bravery, the sea route mentioned in the medieval legend could be traveled. Nevertheless, it should be noted that beyond this success, no indisputable evidence supports an Irish landing in pre-Columbian America. Proponents of the hypothesis point to certain tenuous indicators, such as sculptures or rock carvings in eastern Canada, sometimes interpreted as Ogham writing traces. However, the scientific community is very divided on the validity of these interpretations, as they can often be modern projections. Forms resembling letters are identified where they may be nothing more than natural patterns or Native American engravings unrelated to Ireland. Furthermore, if Irish monks had indeed established a hermitage on the North American coast, they would likely have sought certain resources or traded with local populations, leaving more tangible evidence, such as liturgical objects, pottery, and wrought iron elements. To date, excavations have revealed nothing of the sort. In contemporary historiography, the exploration of this period involves multidisciplinary approaches. Philology, to analyze the Navigatio Sancti Brendani and its various manuscript versions. Experimental archaeology, which attempts to recreate ancient navigation conditions. Historical geography, which compares the topographic indications of the account with physical realities. And finally, ethno-history, focusing on oral traditions along the Atlantic coasts. Medieval cartographers, by copying or reinterpreting the Navigatio, may have contributed to nurturing myths of lost islands, such as St. Brendan's Isle, sometimes depicted on world maps predating the Great Discoveries. These legendary islands persist for a long time in maritime traditions, appearing here and there on portlands, illustrating the thin line between beliefs, biblical narratives, mystical visions, and descriptions of more or less verified territories. Speculations around the presence of whale islands and crystal columns in the form of icebergs testify to the extraordinary potential for wonder in the Middle Ages in the face of the forces of nature. In the minds of medieval readers, the ancient ocean, sometimes called the Sea of Darkness, symbolized both an unknown chaos and a space of spiritual redemption. Monks like Brendan ventured there hoping to meet God in extreme austerity, where no other source of aid existed. The rudimentary craft, supported by providence, then resembled the biblical ark sailing toward salvation. Each stage of the voyage in the Navigatio is imbued with allegorical meaning. The whale island, of course, represents the fragile faith upon which one settles, until realizing that sometimes one must move to follow the divine word, and the ice columns serve as an insurmountable wall, reminding us that God can erect senseless obstacles that only the believer can overcome through prayer and humility. Thus, the modernism of Tim Severin did not invalidate the spiritual dimension of the text. On the contrary, it provided a material basis for the legend, proving that, logistically and technically, monks could indeed have reached lands located hundreds or thousands of kilometers from Irish coasts. This does not mean they did so exactly as the narrative describes, since the Navigatio Sancti Brendani blends biblical tradition, popular folklore, reminiscences of missionary campaigns, and maritime legends. Yet myths in medieval traditions often arise from fragments of truth. One can therefore imagine that a determined group of travelers, feeling the spiritual call of peregrinatio, might have pushed their journey beyond the British Isles, giving rise to a tale of wonders, later transmitted in a literary work intended to edify and amaze the faithful. Unlike the Vikings, who later left identifiable sites in Greenland and Newfoundland like the remains of structures at Meadows, Irish monks do not seem to have created permanent colonies or settled durably beyond the islands near Great Britain. It should also be recalled that in Irish tradition, travel often aims to remain ephemeral. The hermit goes to live alone in a marine refuge, then dies there or returns home after an unspecified time. Without political support, without infrastructures to develop trade or cultivate sufficient agriculture, small monastic communities were doomed to disappear or remain invisible. The few traces they might have left, such as stone crosses and modest huts, could have been eroded by coastal erosion, storms, or covered by vegetation. The posterity of the Navigatio Sancti Brendani was illustrated in the vast movement of medieval travel literature, often tinged with the marvelous. Over the centuries, the text was translated, interpolated, and adapted into different languages: Old English, Old High German, Medieval Italian, or Romance languages. It influenced many geographical compilations and hagiographic legends. When the first explorers of the modern era between the 15th and 16th centuries began to push their caravels into the Atlantic, some rumors encouraged them to search for the island of St. Brendan, believed to be somewhere west of Europe. Portuguese or Spanish sailors, mapping the Azores, Madeira, and the Canary Islands, long added lands on their maps, whose existence was never confirmed. In this heritage, the figure of Brendan occupies a special place, that of a universal man of the Middle Ages, a saint who is both a legendary hero and exemplary monk, reflecting the mystical aspirations of an era turned toward the quest for the unknown. Despite everything, the problem of the absence of tangible archaeological elements in North America remains a barrier to any thesis claiming that Brendan, or any other Irish monk, preceded the Vikings on the continent. Most historians now agree on the primarily spiritual dimension of the peregrinatio, described in the Navigatio, even if some results of expeditions like that of Tim Severin suggest keeping an open mind. In Irish oral tradition, St. Brendan remains the quintessential navigator, a man who braved the Atlantic's storms, inspiring respect and wonder. His memory is celebrated in numerous tales and legends, where he embodies the idea that with enough faith and courage, one can cross the limits of the known world. The Irish monks of the early Middle Ages may not have been colonizers, but they left a strong spiritual model to posterity, that of the sea pilgrim, ready to exile himself to seek God, both in the vastness of the waves and in the confines of his own heart. Finally, the question of the historicity of the voyage, often asked by the general public, intersects with that of the symbolic interpretation of medieval texts. The monks who lived on the islands off the coast of Ireland, at Skellig Michael, Inishmore, or Rathlin, already demonstrated a strong desire for isolation. The coastal environment, the austere cliffs, the constant roar of the ocean, all inspired stories that were both realistic and mythified. In the absence of clear material evidence in America, specialists mainly focus on the philological examination of the Navigatio manuscripts and any potential earlier sources. Some references to real phenomena, notably whales, icebergs, ocean currents, and volcanic islands, are intertwined with clearly supernatural passages such as angelic apparitions, beatific visions, and miraculous favors protecting the travelers. It is therefore likely that the historical reality of the voyage remains elusive. A portion of truth may have survived in the account, but it is drowned in a vast flood of symbols and embellishments, typical of 9th century Christian literature. The North Atlantic of the early Middle Ages thus appears as a transitional space, a territory of all possibilities for these monks in search of spiritual elevation. Ireland, the extreme promontory of Western Europe, already opened the door to the vast ocean expanses. The medieval soul, deeply imbued with mysticism, saw in the horizon a symbol of transcendence. The absence of irrefutable proof of a monastic settlement beyond the usual boundaries does not take away from the power of the myth surrounding St. Brendan, or from the contribution of Irish monks to the knowledge, even indirectly, of northern marine spaces. The documented expeditions to Scotland, the Faroe Islands, and Iceland helped forge a naval tradition that the legend of Brendan sublimated in an unforgettable narrative. The convents and scriptoria in Ireland, where manuscripts and sacred texts were copied, became cultural beacons in Europe, transmitting a spiritual and literary heritage of considerable richness. Their natural curiosity and sense of maritime sublime equally reflect the adventurous spirit of the communities that populated the Atlantic shores. Even today, the figure of Brendan the Navigator raises questions among specialists. Is he merely an allegorical character representing the missionary zeal of Ireland, or was he a flesh-and-blood traveler whose exploits were embellished? Opinions vary, but all agree that the Navigatio Sancti Brendani, written in the 9th century, offers a unique window into the dream of infinity that inhabited the minds of the early Middle Ages. This period, dominated by the collapse of Roman authority, the rise of barbarian kingdoms, and the relative isolation of Celtic lands, allowed Ireland to imagine and record stories unmatched elsewhere. The monks, in their marine solitude, shaped in the silence of monasteries, a spiritual realm where the line between geographical fact and religious miracle became porous. In this context, the North Atlantic presented itself as an immense liquid desert, capable at any moment of opening the way to unknown lands, real or imagined, beyond the edges of the world. The beginning of the Viking Age, generally situated in the 8th century Anno Domini, corresponds to a period of major transformations in Scandinavia. The populations of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, already familiar with coastal navigation, gradually perfected shipbuilding techniques that allowed them to travel great distances. It is important to note that the word Viking was not necessarily used in the same way at the time. It referred more to maritime expeditions or occasional piracy than to a unified people. However, in today's common language, this term encompasses all Scandinavian explorers, traders, and conquerors of the era. The first recorded Viking incursions outside of Scandinavia are dated to the last decades of the 8th century, notably with the famous raid against the monastery of Lindisfarne in 793 on the northeast coast of England. It is within this context of expansion that their Atlantic history begins. Mastery of Viking maritime techniques is based on a distinctive type of ship, the drakkar, or more accurately, the langskip, characterized by a clinker-built construction. This method involves overlapping the hull planks so that there is a slight covering between each one. This not only imparts great flexibility to the ship, but also reduces resistance to waves, which is essential when sailing on the high seas. Viking ships have a shallow draft, allowing them to navigate rivers, land on shallow beaches, and easily venture into coves. This versatility gives them a notable strategic advantage for establishing colonies or launching raids. The side rudder system, called the steerboard, provides appreciable control over direction. Furthermore, the square sails, made of wool, are firmly attached to a single mast, offering rapid propulsion when the wind is favorable. In addition to shipbuilding, the Vikings know how to navigate using various tools and empirical knowledge. The famous sun compass, mentioned in some sources and confirmed by a few archaeological discoveries, constitutes an ingenious device allowing them to estimate their direction using the sun's position. It typically comes in the form of a wooden disc, engraved with circles and markers, where a gnomon is moved to follow the shadow cast. Although its precise use remains subject to debate, it is assumed to help maintain course, especially during the summer, when the days are longer in the high northern latitudes. Viking navigators also observe seabirds. By releasing a raven from the ship, one can follow the animal's flight, which instinctively returns to the nearest land. Finally, the observation of waves, currents, and clouds completes this set of navigation techniques. Early on, the Vikings embarked on the colonization of the Faroe Islands, an archipelago located between Norway and Iceland. The Faroes, already inhabited by a few Celtic monks before the Scandinavian arrival, became by the end of the 9th century an ideal stepping stone for Norwegian navigators. The resources in fish, seabirds, and pastures for sheep farming allowed them to establish sustainable settlements. Around 874, another leap westward led to the colonization of Iceland. According to accounts, driven by a desire to escape political conflicts or the pressure from certain leaders, groups of Norwegians decided to settle on this volcanic island. The medieval work, known as Landnámabók, written several centuries later, inventories the first settlers and their establishments. Quickly, Iceland equipped itself with its own institutions, with the Althing, a general assembly where political and legal matters are settled. The Althing, founded in 930, embodies the socio-political model of the Icelandic Vikings. As in other Scandinavian regions, authority relies less on centralized power and more on local assemblies, called things. Participants discuss laws, resolve disputes, and appoint leaders responsible for maintaining order. This tradition of self-management will forge a strong collective identity based on customary law and public discourse. The same structure is found in the Faroes and later in Greenland. Indeed, in 985, the Vikings, driven by the accounts of daring navigators, crossed a new threshold westward and reached the shores of Greenland. The sagas, these medieval stories written in Old Norse, attribute the discovery of Greenland to Erik Thorvaldsson, better known as Erik the Red. He named this land Greenland to attract other settlers, even though the climatic conditions are harsh. Erik the Red, son of a Norwegian exiled for homicide, leaves Iceland after being himself condemned for murder. According to the Erik saga, Rauda, he ventures towards a region then little known, but already glimpsed by other sailors. He builds some farms, notably at Brattahlid, in the fjord today named Tunuliarfik, located in the southern part of Greenland. He manages to gather enough resources and followers to inaugurate two main settlement areas: the east, which is actually in the south, and the west, further northwest. During the first decades, the settlers live off farming, fishing, and the fur trade, walrus ivory, and other precious goods they hope to exchange with Iceland, and indirectly, with Europe. Despite the difficulties imposed by the cold climate, the Greenlandic community prospers enough to attract the interest of other expeditions. The social functioning of these colonies still relies on the system of things, and local assemblies are established in Greenland to resolve conflicts. The Scandinavians adapt their farming techniques as much as possible, but also depend on hunting marine mammals and caribou. Maritime communications with Iceland and Norway remain difficult due to distances and floating ice. Nevertheless, as long as climate conditions remain tolerable, a relative flow of merchant ships and emissaries continues to connect these distant points of European civilization in the 11th century. Meanwhile, the spirit of adventure and curiosity drives some sailors and explorers to go even further west. Many sagas report that sailors have spotted wooded coasts, rich in resources, beyond Greenland. This mention fuels bolder expeditions and highlights the growing role of offshore navigation in the Viking world. It is Leif Erikson, son of Eric the Red, who emerges as the iconic figure of this new westward exploration. According to the Greenlandinga saga, or Saga of the Greenlanders, Leif is said to have heard of a land discovered by a certain Bjarni Herjolfsson, shipwrecked by winds towards unknown shores. Intrigued, Leif decides to equip a ship and set out in search of these territories. Thus, he first lands in a country he names Helluland, the land of the flat stones, generally associated with Baffin Island. Then, he reaches Markland, the land of forests, most often identified as Labrador. Finally, he arrives at a place he calls Vinland. Sources describe this region as more temperate, with denser forests and wild vines. Some historians believe this description corresponds to present-day Newfoundland, or possibly an area further south on the North American coast. The appellation Vinland is subject to divergent interpretations. Traditionally, it is understood as the land of vines, suggesting the presence of wild grapes. However, wild vines do not naturally exist in the northern latitudes of Newfoundland. One hypothesis suggests that the explorers may have encountered wild berries which, by analogy, were designated as grapes. Another theory suggests it could be a linguistic confusion between vin, which means wine or vine, and vin, which could mean meadow in some Old Norse forms. Thus, the land of pastures would replace the land of wine. Regardless, the image of a lush territory has taken root in the collective imagination. The sagas mention camps, sometimes peaceful, sometimes hostile, interactions with indigenous populations, and the possibility of exploiting natural resources inaccessible in Greenland. The narratives, primarily collected in the Eiriks Sagarauda and the Greenlandinga saga, do not always provide a fully coherent chronological account. Indeed, Viking sagas are often composed from oral traditions, fragments of stories rewritten over time. Despite these uncertainties, they describe the spirit of conquest and exploration that characterizes the North Atlantic expansion of the 8th–11th centuries. The stories feature heroes who face extreme natural obstacles, violent storms, or political disputes. Eric the Red's role stands out mainly in the establishment of the first Greenlandic colonies, while Leif Erikson embodies the will to extend his ancestors' adventure to even more distant shores. Versions of the story vary according to the manuscripts and the author's perspectives, but all emphasize the determination, resilience, and willingness to exploit new territories for hunting, fishing, or the creation of agricultural enterprises. The social structure of Vikings settled in the North Atlantic incorporates the fundamental elements of Scandinavian culture, the extended family, the clan, and the importance of honor bonds. Clan leaders, often called godar in Iceland, play an essential role in maintaining group unity and protecting its members. The economy relies on family farms, which produce wool, dairy products, and some cereals, even though agriculture remains limited in these harsh climate regions. Fishing, sheep, and cattle farming, as well as sea hunting, complete the picture. Trade is conducted through bartering, or the use of precious metals like silver, used in the form of ingots or fragmentable jewelry. The law, publicly debated at assemblies, takes on a sacred character, although Christianity eventually influences some ritual and legal practices. The period of Viking expansion towards the North Atlantic thus spans several centuries, from the first incursions into Britain to attempts at colonization in North America. The clinker-built longships, so characteristic of Scandinavian sailors, symbolize their ingenuity and maritime flexibility. The sun compass, even if its use remains partially enigmatic, complements an exceptional empirical knowledge based on careful observation of the environment. Mastery of winds, currents, and seabirds ensures their ability to travel impressive distances for the era. The colonization of the Faroe Islands and Iceland, followed by Greenland, follows imperatives of survival, voluntary exile, or search for better lands. The Things, as political and legal institutions, ensure a form of cohesion among populations dispersed over vast territories. Eric the Red, through the sagas, embodies the founder of Greenland, while his son Leif Erikson symbolizes the most audacious maritime ambitions, always in search of new lands. The legendary account of Vinland, sometimes a land of vines, sometimes a land of pastures, reflects a fascination for discovering more temperate and fertile lands. During these expeditions, the Vikings deploy a continuous adaptation strategy, combining oral tradition, mastery of shipbuilding, and methodical exploration of coastal areas. This epic extends across several horizons. In the early 1960s, Norwegian explorer Helge Ingstad and his wife, archaeologist Anne Stein Ingstad, set out to examine the northern coast of Newfoundland, Canada. Their attention focuses on an isolated point, once covered with low vegetation, which the locals call Lance aux Meadows. Very quickly, the Ingstads realized that the soil conceals mounds and peat walls with regular contours. The first archaeological digs, conducted from 1961 to 1968, reveal the existence of a complex of very ancient buildings constructed with turf walls and wooden frames. This layout is reminiscent of the longhouses of medieval Scandinavia, rectangular structures typical of Viking settlements during the same period in Iceland and Greenland. To specify the dating, dendrochronological and carbon-14 analyses are undertaken to study the wood remains and objects found on the site. In 2021, a study is based on variations indicated by a solar storm identifiable in the annual rings, which allows establishing a tree-felling date around 1021 plus 2 years. These results coincide with the accounts of the Nordic sagas that situate Viking expeditions in North America around the year 1000. The settlement includes several residential buildings, a workshop intended for the repair of boats, and a space reserved for ironwork. The discovery of slags and semi-molten slags results from the reduction of bog iron, a rich mineral that can be collected in bogs. On site, rivet nails are also found, used to hold together the planks of Viking ships, indicating probably an intent to build or maintain boats. The sagas mention encounters with skraelings, a term used by the Scandinavians to designate the local populations. According to historical research, they might have been the ancestors of the Beothuks or other Algonquian groups. A few projectile points, sometimes attributed to the Norse tradition, are alongside Native American-made artifacts, signifying that exchanges of goods or knowledge could have occurred, but on a very limited scale. The Norse occupation, which lasted only a few years or decades, leaves few traces of long-term influence. There is no major diffusion of Norse technologies or customs into the Native American communities, nor any durable Native American cultural elements within the Scandinavian space. Lance aux Meadows remains, however, the tangible proof of an early contact between Europe and a part of America, long before the more widely documented voyages of the 15th and 16th centuries. The reasons why the Vikings did not pursue their venture in Vinland, the North American territory they briefly explored and inhabited, involve several complex factors that played together. Maritime distances, changing climate, and the absence of real commercial outlets eventually made the endeavor difficult to maintain. To understand the details, it is first necessary to situate the context of the time, when North Atlantic contacts were mainly centered around Iceland and Greenland. The expeditions to Vinland, recalled by the sagas such as those of Leif Erikson, would have required significant logistical support and resources. The Vikings, or more precisely the medieval Scandinavians, did not have an infinite workforce to continuously supply a colony so far from their main bases. As time passed and the situation in Scandinavia and Greenland evolved, ties with Vinland became strained. In the 11th century, Iceland served as the main departure point for westward voyages, and Greenland played the role of an intermediate stage before the most perilous crossing to the North American coasts. During the first decades following Eric the Red's settlement in Greenland, the desire to explore further west was driven by several motivations. The search for agricultural lands, forest resources, and exotic products like fur. However, maintaining a maritime route several hundred nautical miles long required ships in good condition, an experienced crew, and supplies that could not solely come from the newly founded colonies. Constant adjustments were necessary to embark on extended expeditions because the Viking equipment, though ingenious and suited for North Atlantic voyages, was not infallible against climate variations and the progressive deterioration of ships. Logistics thus represented a major initial obstacle. Organizing a crossing between Greenland and Vinland required a considerable stock of provisions: grains, dried fish, salted or smoked meats, potable water, as well as all the navigation and ship maintenance equipment. In Iceland and Greenland, grain cultivation was almost impossible or very limited due to harsh climatic conditions, and the colonists largely depended on imports. The livestock required for meat, cheese, or butter production had to be protected in stables during the long winters. In these contexts of scarce resources, each Viking community could not afford to send ships too frequently across the Atlantic without risking the depletion of its own reserves. The Scandinavian population settled in Greenland first had to meet their local needs and maintain their trade network with Iceland or Norway to obtain essential goods, such as iron, construction wood, or fabric, which were scarce in Greenlandic lands. Then, the gradual evolution of the climate, often called the Little Ice Age of the Middle Ages, began to weigh on the fate of the Norse colonies. Even though the precise chronology of this cooling episode is still debated among historians and climatologists, it is widely accepted that from the 13th century, the seas around Greenland and Iceland became more difficult to navigate due to an increase in drifting ice. The harsher winters extended the snow cover period and reduced planting opportunities. Consequently, the ability to support new expeditions to North America decreased. Domestic animals could no longer graze as effectively, and agricultural production contracted, leading to a reduction in food stocks. This situation demanded more and more survival efforts from the colonists, who had to focus their efforts on fishing, seal hunting, and collecting any local resources to get through a winter that was often close to famine. These worsened climatic conditions also affected navigation. Long sea crossings between Iceland, Greenland, and the more western territories became more dangerous as glaciers increasingly cut the coastline and icebergs made port approaches perilous. The Vikings had empirical knowledge of the wind, currents, and wave height. They navigated, particularly following the trajectory of seabirds, to navigate in the open sea, and adapted their movements according to the time of year. However, even these skills could not completely counter the increasing risks associated with a harsher climate. Sailing time lengthened, storms became more frequent, and the ships suffered more damage, requiring significant labor and difficult repairs to carry out on the other side of the ocean. Moreover, The economic profitability of a colony in Vinland remained uncertain due to the lack of strong European demand for its supposed main asset, wood. The sagas mention the abundance of large forests on these North American lands, which represented a treasure for Icelanders and Greenlanders long deprived of forests. Indeed, Iceland had already experienced, since its settlement in the 9th century, very rapid deforestation. Greenland, for its part, only had dwarf willows and a few rare birches in the south, nothing comparable to the original Scandinavian forests. In this view, Vinland appeared to be a source of construction wood or firewood of great strategic value. However, the trade flows linking northern Europe and Scandinavia mainly focused on products such as fur, walrus ivory, leather, dried fish, or metal. Transporting wood from such distant lands would have required a regular fleet to cover multiple voyages, which proved unsustainable without sufficient port infrastructure or shipyards to maintain the fleet. Furthermore, wood from Norway, Sweden, or closer areas continued to satisfy a good part of the needs. Thus, the European market did not truly need Vinland wood to the extent that it would justify the costs, dangers, and logistical complexity of sustained exploitation. Internal conflicts within the Scandinavian groups also played a role in the abandonment of this territory. The political structures that governed Iceland, Greenland, and the other Nordic colonies were complex and often evolved under the pressure of alliances and rivalries. In Iceland, different clans competed for control of the best lands and local assemblies, called things. In Greenland, the settlers also depended on Norway for episcopal investiture and sought to maintain diplomatic ties with the Norwegian crown, especially after the union of Norway and Iceland in 1262-1264. While some families initially supported the exploration of Vinland, political stability was never really guaranteed, and disputes could easily drain an exploration project of its financial and human resources. These internal tensions, combined with the intrinsic difficulty of populating distant and potentially hostile colonies. The Vikings, through the sagas, describe sometimes conflicting encounters with the Skrælings, a Scandinavian term likely denoting the indigenous populations of the region, the Beothuks, the Micmacs, or other Algonquian groups. Trade relations or hostilities remain poorly documented, but it is clear that sporadic contact in an unfamiliar environment required continuous protection and the mobilization of a portion of the expedition members for defense tasks. There was no regular army to consolidate a lasting presence, only small groups of settlers established for short periods. Given the unpredictability of these relationships, the Scandinavians may have deemed it wiser not to maintain a permanent settlement in the long term. From a purely administrative standpoint, the Norwegian monarchy, which was gradually unifying Scandinavia, did not necessarily see a major strategic interest in subsidizing a colony thousands of kilometers away. Most of its policy focused on the consolidation of already conquered territories and on controlling the trade routes in the North Sea and the Baltic. For maritime commerce, the kings of Norway preferred to strengthen their ties with Scotland, Ireland, or England, and the North Atlantic route took second place. To build a true transatlantic economy, long-term commitment would have been necessary, along with the will to develop port infrastructures and diplomatic assistance to secure regular trade exchanges. Historical sources suggest that small, private expeditions may have continued to visit Vinland or nearby areas for wood supply or hunting, but no settlement effort persisted. Simultaneously, the decline of the Greenlandic colonies in the 14th century gradually marked the end of long-distance expeditions. These colonies, established towards the end of the 10th century, were divided into two main settlements: the eastern settlement, located in today's Qaqortoq area, and the western settlement further to the northwest, around the Nuuk Bay. The last written mention of a significant event for the Greenlandic Norse community dates back to 1408, when a marriage was recorded in the Church of Valsey. After that, accounts became rare. Archaeological excavations, along with paleoclimatic studies, suggest a progressive decline. Agricultural production became increasingly less viable due to falling temperatures and shrinking pastures. Seal and walrus hunting offset some of the losses, as did the sale of walrus ivory, prized throughout Europe. However, the return of Norwegian ships to Greenland became irregular, likely due to navigation difficulties, lack of profitability, and the evolving strategies of the Hanseatic League, which was progressively dominating the trade routes in the North Sea. Over the decades, Greenland's isolation intensified. As survival conditions deteriorated, priority was given to winter resilience rather than the exploration of territories further west. Invaders from the Barents Sea, sometimes portrayed as pirates or incursions by Inuit peoples, whose culture adapted better to the extreme cold, also contributed to the weakening of the Nordic colonies. It is unknown if these interactions were always hostile, but it is clear that coexistence did not occur under a stable cultural dynamic. Across the Atlantic, in Vinland, no settlement enclave developed sufficiently to form a durable anchorage point. The few constructions, like those found in the Bay of Meadows, probably occupied around the year 1000, were not resumed or expanded on a scale sufficient to become a permanent base. Farming colonies, with their churches and turf farms, required an influx of cattle, metal tools, and labor experienced in cultivation, which was complex to transport from the other side of the ocean. In this context, it is important to emphasize the lack of long-term economic perspective. While Vinland wood was a temporary asset for the Greenland Vikings, it did not justify the development of large trade convoys. The 14th century European continent began witnessing the rise of trading cities like Bruges or London, and trade routes connecting Central Asia or the Mediterranean garnered much more attention from the powerful. The rise of German cities in the Hanseatic League, specializing in the export of dried fish, cereals, and manufactured products, focused the commercial dynamic toward the Baltic and North Sea rather than the distant Atlantic. The few Scandinavian merchants still crossing the North Atlantic preferred ensuring safe profits by importing walrus ivory or seal skins from Greenland rather than funding uncertain expeditions to Vinland. Ancient settlement areas, like Western Norway, primarily concerned themselves with maintaining their fleets for fishing or for routes to Scotland and England, territories more accessible and equipped with markets where the language and customs were already somewhat familiar. Internal conflicts that traversed medieval Scandinavia, notably the rivalry among different Norwegian leaders and the delicate union of Norway with Iceland, further distanced colonial ambitions in the distant Atlantic. To manage a stable settlement, a strong central power capable of maintaining garrisons, sending supply ships, and negotiating alliances or treaties with local populations would have been necessary. This was not the case for Norway, whose resources and bureaucracy were still limited compared to those of major continental powers like France or England. Furthermore, the political climate in Iceland deteriorated after the Sturlungar period, during which local civil wars ruined part of the wealth and stability upon which transatlantic movements relied. Without financial and logistical support, no single clan could undertake such crossings, much less establish a robust presence. In Greenland, the decline of the 14th century manifested itself through abandoned settlements, ecclesiastical records that ceased to be maintained, and a total scarcity of commercial voyages. Some researchers suggest that many inhabitants may have tried to migrate to Iceland or Norway, escaping famine and the increasingly harsh winters. It is unknown if collective attempts were organized to return to Europe or if the population gradually perished in place. It remains certain, however, that the links which once maintained a minimum of maritime traffic toward Greenland had dissipated, effectively leading to the abandonment of any prospect of exploration toward Vinland or beyond. Even though fishing in the North Atlantic was thriving on the continental Europe side at the end of the Middle Ages, no economic flow supported the resumption of Scandinavian exploration in the northern regions of America. The gradual disappearance of contacts was also manifested by a repression in the collective memory. The few Scandinavian monarchs or lords who might have had an interest in claiming distant lands lost hope of profiting from these territories that they were already unable to reach. The stories of Vinland gradually shifted from almost contemporary chronicles to a form of legend, maintained in the sagas and then rediscovered centuries later by historians. The general retreat of Norse colonization in Greenland during the 14th century, along with the almost mediocre state of maritime communications, explains why no sustainable trade route was established to transport wood, furs, or any other potential goods from the North American coast to Europe. Unlike some regions better integrated into trade circuits, Vinland offered no essential luxury product that could have sustainably stimulated investments. Even the mention of Vinland wood in later Icelandic sources did not lead to a massive return movement. The few expeditions mentioned in the texts remained isolated actions, without any official program or royal subsidy. The settlers were content to exploit local Greenlandic resources, hunt walrus, and adapt as best they could to the changing climate. Occasionally, one or two ships would fish in the surrounding waters, but the idea of crossing the Atlantic again to settle further west gradually faded away. The difficulties in obtaining supplies of cereals and iron illustrated Greenland's total dependency on Europe, and no gap allowed for the diversion of resources to establish a distant outpost. Archaeological sources confirm the lack of continuity in the North American colony after the initial exploration period. Lance aux Meadows, the most well-documented site, did not show any signs of continuous occupation after the very beginning of the 11th century. The groups that lived there for a while left hardly any clues of return. There were no enlargements of farms, no strengthening of defensive structures, nor any large Viking necropolises, even though it is known that Scandinavian culture often left cemeteries near its lasting settlements. The longhouses, easily recognizable by their dimensions and framework, disappeared from the North American coast without being taken up or reconstructed by other Norse settlers. Interactions were limited to sporadic contacts with the natives mentioned in the sagas, potentially reduced to exchanges of furs, skins, or low-volume goods. At the turn of the 14th and 15th centuries, Europe entered a phase of transformation. The Hundred Years' War from 1337 to 1453 profoundly changed the geopolitics in France and England, while the Black Death from 1347 decimated entire populations, disrupting social relations and power structures. Maritime trade flows reorganized to respond to new opportunities and regional crises. In this context, the North Atlantic, poor in immediately exploitable resources and difficult to access, fell back into obscurity. The decline of Greenland was no longer a concern for monarchs preoccupied with continental wars, and the route to Vinland was even less of a priority. Naval innovations, such as the caravel later used by Portuguese and Spanish sailors, were not yet fully available to exploit a distant and rugged transatlantic corridor. The Greenlandic winter, combined with the extension of the ice pack, tightened the noose on the colonies. Official contacts became increasingly rare, and the role of the Bishop of Gardar, supposed to relay the church's directives, slowly faded due to lack of succession, followers, and means. Internal tensions within Greenlandic society, such as the possible unequal distribution of resources, worsened the situation. The absence of metals, so crucial for forging tools and maintaining the equipment needed for navigation, paralyzed the capacity to build or repair a fleet. Any venture for overseas travel to find support or trade was then a daunting task. The occasional expeditions that could still be attempted to reach Iceland presented a huge risk of shipwreck due to more frequent drifting ice and unpredictable storms. The gradual fragmentation of political support in Norway and Greenland's dependency on this kingdom also explain the forgetfulness of Vinland. After Iceland's annexation to the Norwegian crown, Norway's sovereignty officially extended to Greenland, but without developing a large-scale colonization policy. The reigning dynasty focused more on Scandinavian competition, diplomatic marriages, and consolidating its foothold in Northern Europe. Subsequently, within the Kalmar Union, which included Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, the focus shifted more toward controlling the Baltic and continental territories rather than resuming extreme maritime routes in the Atlantic. Financial and military resources were not going to be invested in reactivating a colony whose value remained more mythical than economic. The few scholars who reported the existence of new lands ignored the strategic specifics of a distant settlement. Gradually, oral tradition and the transmission of sagas fueled the imagination, while the reality of Vinland faded from the consciousness of Scandinavian peoples. The texts that kept its existence recorded circulated in Iceland, but did not lead to concrete initiatives. When Norwegian, Icelandic, or Greenlandic ships still managed to navigate, they primarily remained on the existing route to Norway to bring back vital goods like grain, iron, and wood, rather than attempting another transoceanic venture. The growing isolation of Greenland, the demographic decline of its population, and the reduction of external support prevented any revival. Religious tensions, the distance from the center of Christendom, and the need to devote resources to survival rather than exploration materialized the abandonment of Vinland, which had become inaccessible. Modern historians analyzing these logistical, climatic, and political factors conclude that no strong reason or sufficient capacity allowed the Vikings to maintain a long-term presence in North America. The rise of other maritime powers in Europe, such as Portugal and Castile, which would later embark on expeditions, finally relegated these early Nordic crossings to the shadows. Archaeological research clearly shows that the Greenlandic Scandinavians focused primarily on survival and fleeing, as much as possible, to more hospitable lands. In the 14th century, when the major cooling begins, communication becomes rare, and it is estimated that the last major wave of Greenlandic population either died out or was absorbed by Inuit groups, with others possibly attempting to return to Iceland or Norway. In any case, these population movements or potential travelers do not seem to have made the journey back to Vinland. The legendary allure of this region, depicted as rich in meadows and forests, ceased to inspire hope as late medieval Europe, focused on its own issues of wars, famines, and plagues, lost interest in these distant lands that no longer appeared on the main trade radars. From the 13th century onward, the coastal communities of the Basque and Breton provinces developed increasingly elaborate fishing strategies in the Atlantic. Already renowned for their whaling campaigns in the Bay of Biscay, the Basques intensified their sea outings, gaining a reputation in the production of oil from whale blubber. The Bretons, for their part, distinguished themselves by their skill in catching and preparing cod, particularly through the use of locally produced salt. The need to preserve fish for long periods required perfect mastery of salting. The cod, beheaded and gutted, was packed in thick oak barrels, facilitating its transport inland. Fleets equipped with square or lateen sails made increasingly distant journeys, stimulating a fruitful trade with Spain and Flanders. References were already emerging to a possible terra nova, a territory rich in fishery resources, which at the time remained shrouded in mystery. Medieval sources provide only fragmentary information about these distant navigations. However, municipal charters and the accounts of certain monasteries indicate unusual cash inflows, sometimes described as coming from distant fishing. Local bishoprics often claim a fraction of this windfall in the form of a tithe on catches, thus confirming the high economic value of these activities. In the few preserved tax accounts, there are mentions of maritime expeditions involving several vessels, each prepared to bring back considerable quantities of cod or other fish destined to be salted and sold throughout Western Europe. Royal patents sometimes granted Breton and Basque captains partial tax exemption on the condition that they contributed to coastal defense, suggesting the strategic role recognition of long-distance fishing. It is suspected that, under the guise of these official authorizations, some crews sailed to even further destinations without precisely documenting their route. This discretion would correspond to a desire to keep the most bountiful fishing areas secret. The Basques, in particular, enjoy a solid reputation as shipbuilders. Their shipyards located in Bayonne, Bilbao, or Saint-Jean-de-Luz develop techniques for making sturdy hulls, perfect for withstanding offshore winds. Whales are a prime resource. Their fat is cooked in large cauldrons, providing precious oil for lighting, while the flesh and baleen are sold in various markets. The same infrastructures are used for processing cod, a staple in a Christian Europe subject to frequent meat abstinence days. The Bretons, for their part, rely on local salt production, notably in the salt marshes of Gironde, to abundantly salt the catches. This indirect collaboration between two seafaring peoples stimulates the circulation of preservation techniques and nautical knowledge. In some notary registers, association pacts are found, concluding the sharing of risks and benefits between Basque and Breton ship owners. Over time, the common interest in distant fishing areas reinforces the idea that an unknown space harbors fish-rich treasures. To explain the possible discovery of a terra nova as early as the end of the Middle Ages, some historians highlight the existence of Basque toponyms on the coasts of North America, which appeared in written sources at the beginning of the 16th century. Places called Placentia or Port-au-Basque appear on maritime maps, suggesting a sufficiently entrenched presence to justify their naming. Proponents of this thesis argue that Basque oral tradition would have preserved the memory of extraordinary fishing areas passed down from generation to generation. The sailors would have kept this knowledge secret, fearing competition from other maritime nations such as England or Portugal. On the contrary, other researchers remain skeptical, considering that these toponyms only record a concrete presence from the moment the area was officially rediscovered by Europeans. The question thus remains open, and the rarity of medieval documents only fuels the debate. Nevertheless, legends persist in the Basque country and Brittany, recounting enigmatic crossings to lands rich in cod and marine mammals. A secret, maintained by seafaring families, remains a controversial subject. The cod trade becomes so important that popes issue bulls specifying the modalities of the ecclesiastical tax on fish from overseas. In a context where Lent and other lean days impose a high demand for seafood, fishermen capable of bringing back abundant cargoes gain a competitive advantage. The very notion of overseas remains ambiguous. Does it simply refer to the northern waters near Iceland or more distant horizons? The archives lack precision, but the recurrence of this term signifies that a considerable volume of fish transits through the ports of Bayonne, La Rochelle, or Bordeaux toward inland areas. The presence of dried cod on Spanish stalls, often labeled as a product from distant seas, fuels speculation. One can also guess at an expanding market for cod liver oil or whale oil, used as fuel and a source of additional income. Under these conditions, the silence surrounding hypothetical extra-European fishing grounds is not surprising. Some major merchants prefer to keep their exact sourcing secret, thus protecting their profits. The role of the Bretons is not left out. They have active ports like Saint-Malo, Lorient, or Concarneau, where well-structured fishing campaigns are organized. During the 14th century, the demand for salted fish increases significantly, stimulated by the needs of England and Flanders. Malouin merchant bankers sometimes subsidize joint expeditions with Basque ship owners, hoping to maximize their chances of finding new schools of fish. Although official records remain scant on details, some local chronicles mention the dispatch of ships beyond traditional zones towards seas where the sun sets. Historians question the precise nature of these writings, sometimes allegorical, sometimes descriptive. They contain accounts of encounters with sea monsters, possibly whales or orcas, at least attesting to the willingness to cross known maritime boundaries. In this context, the idea that Bretons could have also reached unsuspected shores before the official period of the Great Discoveries, though hypothetical, does not seem entirely unfounded. Some indirect clues tend to indicate this. On the other hand, archaeological documentation remains almost non-existent for this period prior to 1500. The rare underwater excavations conducted in the North Atlantic have delivered almost no evidence attributable to Basque or Breton ships from the Middle Ages. The wreck of a ship could reveal a hull structure, objects of daily life, or traces of cargo, but everything is lacking, either because the sites are untraceable or because they have been destroyed by maritime erosion. The North American shores also offer few remains. The Vikings, settled in Vineland several centuries earlier, left dwellings and signs of forging, but for the Basque or Breton sailors, no medieval settlement has yet been identified. Some specialists suggest that a discrete, short-lived, and strictly seasonal presence would be difficult to detect. Others, more cautious, emphasize the total absence of indisputable evidence. Thus, despite the strength of tradition attesting to distant fishing, the existence of Basque or Breton installations in this sector before the early 16th century cannot be unequivocally confirmed. Current scientific debates remain lively. Numerous indirect accounts, nevertheless, mention a cod trade that predates Christopher Columbus's voyages. In Spain, notably, there was an influx of salted fish as early as the late 14th century, sold at relatively low prices. The Iberian merchants, well aware of the importance of this supply, entered into contracts with Basque or Breton ship owners. Brokers analyzed the quantities landed, sometimes exceeding what might be expected from solely European waters. This situation led some contemporaries to believe that unexplored cod banks were located somewhere to the northwest. Papal bulls, for their part, insisted on the need to pay religious taxes related to this resource, betraying the ecclesiastical authorities' desire to control this expanding trade. If logs existed, they did not survive through the centuries, and we mainly rely on naval armament records or fiscal documents. The confusions related to the limitations of medieval cartography make it even more difficult to establish a precise route to the New World, according to some chroniclers. Other elements support the idea that the Basques and Bretons might have engaged in seasonal fishing on American shores. The existence of advanced salting techniques, the systematic use of oak barrels, and the preparation of fish liver oil demonstrate a logistics system developed enough to withstand long crossings. Basque whalers sometimes took carpenters and blacksmiths to repair ships in case of damage, which made extended stays far from European bases possible. The Bretons, for their part, could supply themselves with salt from their own marshes, reducing their dependence on potential intermediaries. Some historians point out that the political rivalries of the 15th century, notably the 100 Years' War and conflicts between neighboring kingdoms, might have led these sailors not to divulge their discoveries for fear of losing exclusivity over profitable fishing areas. Despite the lack of formal documents, the correlation between a sharp increase in cod volumes on the market and the spread of rumors of mysterious islands reinforces the hypothesis of early visits to North American waters from a strictly commercial standpoint. The greatest obstacle to confirming such hypotheses lies in the absence of lasting settlements before 1530. When cod fishing became a major issue for European powers, particularly after the official recognition of the New World, the Basques established seasonal outposts on the coasts of Newfoundland and Labrador. Archaeological excavations there have uncovered tripery furnaces, firestones, and various artifacts related to fish processing. However, no indisputable trace of a medieval presence has been found. Most structures date to the first half of the 16th century, a period when the race for America was already underway. The Bretons, on the other hand, appear in these regions, but rather after 1550, following major French explorations. Researchers therefore insist on caution. If occasional crossings occurred earlier, they did not give rise to permanent colonies nor leave exhaustive archives. We are therefore faced with a partially reconstructed narrative based on legends and rare testimonials and fragmentary data. Some observers conclude that the Basques and the Bretons might have traversed the North Atlantic well before the officially recognized dates, without, however, establishing permanent bases or leaving sufficient archaeological traces. Their expertise in salting, their oak barrels, and pragmatic silence might explain the scarcity of tangible evidence. Historiography remains divided, inviting each to weigh the limits of the available clues, even if it means accepting that part of this mystery remains unresolved today. The Mali Empire, which flourished between the 13th and 14th centuries, has long fascinated historians for its cultural, economic, and political influence beyond the Sahelian regions. Located in West Africa, it was considered one of the most powerful kingdoms of its time, notably under the reign of Mansa Musa, who ruled around 1312 to 1337, famed for his legendary wealth. However, long before Mansa Musa, another ruler, sometimes called Abubakar II, might have had singular ambitions. According to some accounts, he organized a maritime expedition to explore the Atlantic Ocean, perhaps hoping to discover new lands on the other side of this vast horizon. This hypothesis relies almost exclusively on the account reported by the 14th century Egyptian chronicler Shihab al-Umari. His narrative, written after his meeting with Mansa Musa in Cairo, mentions the mysterious disappearance of a Malian fleet that set sail westward. Through this account, historians have tried to reconstruct the details of this unusual adventure, both to understand the motivations of this ruler and to assess the degree of naval mastery that the Mandinka people had at that time. In his account, al-Umari mentions two major expeditions organized by the Malian royal power. The first, whose exact date is not specified, but is generally placed at the beginning of the 14th century, reportedly gathered several hundred vessels, all loaded with provisions, water, and trained crews. The ruler of Mali, intrigued by the unknown maritime expanse that lay west of his borders, allegedly invited the sailors to push their exploration to a point where they would either find a passage to other territories or reach the edge of the world. But only a single ship returned, carrying frightened survivors who told of encountering immense whirlpools, swallowing their companions into the depths. The ruler, far from being discouraged, is said to have decided to assemble an even larger fleet and to embark on it himself to discover, irrefutably, what lay beyond the waves. Thus, he handed over power to Mansa Musa and departed the capital for good, never to return. The question for modern researchers revolves both around the authenticity of al-Umari's reported statements and the technical feasibility of such a transatlantic voyage at the beginning of the 14th century. Contemporary sources from medieval Mali, notably oral and written, remain fragmentary, and there are few internal elements within the empire explicitly confirming these large-scale naval maneuvers. While al-Umari's accounts are fascinating, they are sometimes difficult to corroborate. Nonetheless, the existence of such an oral or written tradition within the 14th century Arab-Muslim world suggests that the idea of an Atlantic crossing was not entirely inconceivable for certain rulers. Motivations ranged from exploration to seeking new trade routes to a monarch's desire to leave his mark on a grand project. In terms of nautical capabilities, it is known that the Mandinka people, like others in West Africa, had long constructed dugout canoes on the Niger and Senegal rivers. These canoes, carved from a single tree trunk, were very useful for fishing, transporting goods, and connecting various river towns. Furthermore, the coastal area of the kingdom, near river mouths, saw larger boats in circulation, capable of navigating coastal waters. However, the open ocean remained an unknown realm for many, except for sporadic contacts with Arab and Berber navigators from North Africa. The latter, breaking with the idea that the vast ocean, known as the Sea of Darkness, was impassable, possessed astronomical knowledge inherited from the medieval Islamic world. Measuring stellar angles, the use of the compass, first rudiments in cartography. It is plausible that some of this knowledge circulated at the Mali court, where the Islamic intellectual tradition flourished in Timbuktu, Djenné, and other urban centers. Malian scholars could thus have had access to Arabic mathematical advances, geographic treatises, and perhaps rudimentary navigation techniques. There remains, however, a significant gap between having some nautical knowledge and organizing a transoceanic navigation. To undertake such an expedition, more robust ships than classic monoxylus canoes were needed, especially since transporting a large number of people across the Atlantic required considerable logistics. Some have suggested that the Malians, accustomed to building large vessels for trade on the Niger River, might have adapted their naval traditions to oceanic conditions. The influence of Maghrebian navigators has also been mentioned, as well as some older technological transfers initiated during trans-Saharan exchanges. Precisely determining the type of boat used by Abu Bakaria II is impossible today due to a lack of tangible archaeological evidence. The accounts do not provide detailed technical descriptions, merely indicating the size of the fleet and the state of readiness of the sailors. The very idea of sailing to the west of the Atlantic implied a knowledge, even partial, of winds and currents that could facilitate such a journey. Arab geographers of the Middle Ages already noted the existence of ocean currents in the Atlantic that could drift vessels from the West African coast to unknown islands. In particular, the area of the Canary Islands, already mapped and explored by Moroccan or Andalusian explorers, and later by European navigators, lies on the route of the trade winds, those steady winds that lead to the Caribbean. However, the distance separating Africa from South America or the Antilles remains colossal. It involves crossing thousands of kilometers of ocean, facing storms, and especially bringing back tangible evidence of the expedition on return. Some historians believe that without more sophisticated instrumentation and sturdy ships, a voluntary crossing remained improbable. Others, on the contrary, remind us that various peoples have at times crossed these distances, like the Polynesians in the Pacific, on seemingly rudimentary vessels, thanks to a profound knowledge of their marine environments. In 1984, adventurer H. Bartel conducted an experimental crossing in a canoe with a lateen sail to test the feasibility of a journey from the West African coast to the Antilles. He drew inspiration from traditional construction techniques still visible in Senegal and Gambia, where large canoes were used for fishing and sometimes for river transport. Bartel and his crew adopted a triangular lateen sail, which, while not historically confirmed in the 14th century among Malians, could nevertheless have been assimilated through exchanges with the Islamic world. The result of this experiment remains controversial. Bartel and his companions managed to perform long legs of the journey, benefiting from favorable winds offshore while enduring extremely harsh navigation conditions. Although it does not definitively prove that Abu Bakr II's fleet could have crossed the ocean, this attempt showed that it was not entirely impossible to do so, even with a fragile-looking boat, if the circumstances were favorable, if the sea remained calm, and if the crew correctly interpreted environmental clues. Despite the interest generated by this hypothesis of a Malian crossing, no archaeological site clearly associated with the sub-Saharan settlement has been identified on the American continent to date. Proponents of the idea of a pre-Columbian African contact argue that there might be buried remains never unearthed or misinterpreted over the course of excavations. They also argue that the rapid deterioration of certain materials like wood and a possible conflict with indigenous populations may have erased any traces of Malian sailors. Critics, on the other hand, highlight the total absence of artifacts or written documents, noting that the Mali Empire had an Arabic-educated elite potentially capable of documenting such an achievement in a way that would have survived to this day. Arabic texts about the Atlantic are few and sometimes filled with legends, making it difficult to distinguish myth from reality. Climatological arguments are also advanced to question the possibility of such an expedition. In the 14th century, the North Atlantic experienced variations in surface temperature and wind patterns that could potentially have offered more navigable maritime corridors than imagined. However, any change in the weather within a year, or even a few months, could have led to cascading shipwrecks, as suggested by the few testimonies collected. Several other factors complicate the debate. At that time, the Mali Empire was deeply oriented toward its trans-Saharan trade routes, which connected the rich cities of North Africa and the Middle East. Most of its prosperity came from the trade of gold, salt, and other coveted goods. Thus, it is reasonable to question to what extent Abu Bakr II would have had a strategic interest in funding gigantic Atlantic expeditions. Was it purely a personal desire, driven by curiosity, or a mystical urge? Did he want to establish his renown beyond just the African continent? Another perspective is to assume that the ruler sought new sources of gold or exotic resources unknown to Sahelian traders. But this perspective remains speculative. In the absence of written directives or contemporary Malian testimonies, the balance leans toward a mix of individual initiatives and exaggerated tales over time. Al-Umari's account also raises the question of Abubakar II's fate. According to the Chronicle, he never returned to Mali, leaving the throne to Mansa Musa, who admitted to Al-Umari that he became the ruler because his predecessor had embarked on a journey from which there was no further news. The political implications are significant. Entrusting power to a successor before leaving indicates either certainty of a long absence or a climate of sufficient stability to not fear unrest. Indeed, the Mali Empire followed a different succession system from the classic European hereditary monarchy. The inheritance of the imperial title was often negotiated among royal family members, and one can imagine that Abubakar II had to contend with various contenders. According to Mansa Musa, the vanished ruler had conceived this crossing project as a decisive act. The single ship that returned after the first fleet described the dangers encountered, but instead of canceling the project, Abubakar II augmented it with an even larger second fleet. This stubbornness suggests a deep conviction regarding the existence of something else somewhere in the darkness of the Atlantic. To explore the arguments supporting or contesting this narrative, historians rely on multiple disciplines, including underwater archaeology, toponymy, comparative linguistics, and paleogenetics. Concerning toponymy, linguistic similarities have sometimes been suggested between certain Caribbean place names and Mandinka roots, a hypothesis refuted by most specialists for lack of rigorous evidence. In archaeology, traces of typically West African artifacts are sought, such as pottery, jewelry, and recognizable metallurgy styles, but no formal site has been identified so far. Paleogenetics could potentially identify a specific African haplotype among certain Amerindian populations, but again, no firm conclusions have emerged from the studies conducted to date. On a climatological level, the Atlantic has favorable currents that, starting from the Senegalese or Mauritanian coasts, pass off the Cape Verde Islands, then head west under the action of the trade winds. A sufficiently maneuverable sailboat, operated by a trained crew, can take advantage of these winds to advance relatively steadily. However, if you miss the right season or are tossed too far north or south, you risk finding yourself in areas of calm or tropical storms. It is also essential to be able to store food and water in large quantities. Moreover, the possibility of a return required knowing the avenants, that is, reverse currents allowing a return to the African coast, or discovering on the other shore a hospitable and resource-rich place to survive. Under these conditions, establishing a one-way trip is already a feat. Organizing a round trip is an exploit. The mention of the surviving ship during the first expedition perhaps testifies to the major difficulty of such an undertaking. Medieval Arab sailors had instruments such as the astrolabe or the kamal, allowing them to measure latitude by observing the North Star or the sun's height above the horizon. It is unknown if the Malian navigators could directly benefit from this knowledge or if they relied more on empirical observation of birds, wave drift, and the positioning of the stars. Some hypotheses suggest that they might have embarked pilots of Arab or Berber origin, accustomed to maritime navigation. For example, it is known that Arab-Berber merchants regularly transited the region, especially at the northern border of the empire, and that the Islamization of Mali had facilitated the circulation of knowledge from across the Muslim world. However, there is no record specifically mentioning the multicultural component of the crew. Chroniclers simply state that the ruler of Mali armed a gigantic fleet without detailing the origin of the sailors. Some historians remind us that the spirit of the time was conducive to fabulous tales about unexplored seas. In the Islamic world, the notion of the Sea of Darkness evoked a dangerous space, whose edges were as mysterious as they were formidable. Legends circulated about explorers lost forever, gigantic sea creatures, or abysses engulfing ships. It is therefore possible that the account mentioned by Al-Umari is partly inspired by these legendary representations, inflated by imagination or the intention to exalt the courage of the ruler. But the presentation made by Mansa Musa in front of the chronicler does not seem to be mere boasting. He speaks more of an accomplished fact than an achievement to be vaunted. There is a tone of regret or perplexity about Abu Bakr II's choice, who set off towards an unknown destiny, leaving behind a throne and a prosperous empire. The historiographical debate is also fueled by comparative analyses between other oceanic travel accounts prior to Christopher Columbus. Proponents of theories claiming African navigators arrived in the Caribbean before 1492 highlight that some pre-Columbian cultures could have incorporated into their iconography or folklore elements of foreign inspiration, without this necessarily translating into material remains. The opposite is also true. Even in the case of a landing, a small Malian group with uncertain outcomes might not leave traces. And since the second expedition included in Al-Umari's account is supposed to have carried the ruler himself, one can imagine the total absence of a desire to return. If they had found a welcoming land, why return? Some suggest that the complete silence of Mali on the subject in subsequent generations simply signifies the tragic failure of the project. The personality of Abu Bakr II remains one of the great mysteries of Malian history. The few mentions that have reached us describe him as a different kind of ruler, willing to engage in endeavors that would be considered mad for a monarch accustomed to governing an immense landlocked territory. He is described as a man of curiosity, but also as a leader who, after the first unsuccessful attempt, was unwilling to resign himself to the unknown. The astonishing decision to cede the throne to Mansa Musa may have corresponded to complex succession traditions, where a ruler could choose to hand over power to an heir to devote himself to a spiritual retreat or a personal quest. But in the specific case of Abu Bakr II, leaving the continent to cross the ocean sounded like a radical act. If he did not return, the empire, from the standpoint of posterity, was to continue to prosper under a new reign. Questioning the logistics of such an expedition leads to assessing the medieval Mali's capacity to mobilize considerable resources. Arabic texts emphasize the region's prosperity. Malian gold circulated throughout the Mediterranean world, and the ruler's power could easily translate into architectural or, in this case, maritime projects. Assembling shipbuilders, carpenters, sails, and provisions was clearly within the means of the empire. River workshops established on the Niger were already building boats for freight transport. However, the transition from river navigation to open sea navigation required structural modifications. Hulls needed to be reinforced to withstand the swell, sails adjusted, and a robust steering system planned to maneuver against ocean winds. Nothing is known about these adaptations, which are not described in existing sources. The accounts of H. Bartel, who attempted to recreate part of this possible exploit, reveal some insights. His trials with a lateen sail canoe demonstrated that it is possible to reach the Atlantic islands in relatively short time, provided the weather is favorable. Sailors could then, by following the currents, continue westward. The risks, however, remain high, and how they would have been able to return to Mali is unknown, except by undertaking a complex navigation northward to catch the winds and currents that follow the coasts of Portugal and Morocco before redirecting towards the Mauritanian coastline. This so-called return route was used by Portuguese navigators from the 15th century, who rounded Cape Bojador, crossed the Gulf of Guinea, and exploited the North Atlantic winds. For the Malians, whose maritime tradition was mainly limited to river routes, such an itinerary was not an obvious path, especially if they did not have a map of it. Proponents of pre-Columbian African contact also highlight the existence of currents only superficially known, but potentially more useful than previously thought. Moreover, the eventual arrival of a few boats in the Caribbean or Central America would not necessarily lead to a lasting settlement or the emergence of a recognizable colony. Malians, landing in an entirely new environment, would have faced already settled populations, likely hostile to their presence or simply wary. The outcome of the encounter remains difficult to imagine. Epidemics, malnutrition, cultural or linguistic misunderstandings, as well as violent confrontations are all possibilities. If there was contact, it did not continue over several generations, unlike the Scandinavian settlements in Newfoundland. Hence, according to this thesis, the absence of significant trace. On the other hand, many experts are more cautious, even frankly skeptical, emphasizing that Al-Umari only reported an indirect account. He himself received the information from Mansa Musa, who told the story of his vanished predecessor. Medieval accounts are often marred by exaggerations or symbolic motifs. The king who goes to the ends of the earth, the ocean swallowing his fleet, the successor inheriting an empire. This dramatic dimension is common in oral traditions, which like to quantify the forces involved in a hyperbolic manner, speaking of hundreds or thousands of ships. Perhaps there were indeed one or two navigation attempts off the coast to probe the Atlantic tides, but the scale of the project might have been smaller than described. The narrative stakes, however, remain considerable. It is about showing the grandeur and audacity of a legendary king, ready to defy the unknown at the risk of his life. More recent research, conducted by African scholars, attempts to cross-check the oral sources of the Mali Empire by focusing on legends still alive in certain regions. According to some versions, Abubakari II did not disappear, but settled on an island beyond the ocean, a notion that, in the collective imagination, often symbolizes access to an afterlife or a mythical land. Other variations claim that it was a group of exiles, repelled by power, who took to the sea. In any case, the lack of a uniform narrative reflects the multiplicity of traditions and the evolution of collective memory over the centuries. Written Arabic sources remain scarce compared to the abundance of epic poetry from West African griots. Unfortunately, few medieval Malian manuscripts deal with transoceanic navigation. The texts preserved in the libraries of Timbuktu and Djenné focus on theology, law, poetry, internal history, and Quranic sciences. Additionally, towards the end of Mansa Musa's reign and under his successors, Mali's attention refocused on other political and economic challenges. Succession wars, competition from neighboring states, the rerouting of caravan routes, and the rise of new regional powers contributed to sidelining maritime exploration projects. If Abubakari II hoped to establish a long tradition of westward expansion, this ambition was not pursued by any of his notable successors, or in any case, the archives do not mention any similar attempts. Thus, in the centuries that followed, there was virtually no talk of large Malian fleets navigating the Atlantic, while Europe entered the era of major maritime discoveries after the second half of the 15th century. The fact that there are no Malian settlements on the Atlantic islands, notably on the Canaries or the Cape Verde archipelago, adds to the perplexity. It is known that when the Portuguese reached these islands, they did not find African colonies, but rather isolated indigenous populations, or no inhabitants at all, as in the case of the Cape Verde Islands, reputedly virgin before the arrival of Europeans. If there had been a structured Malian movement, one would expect to find remnants in these intermediate stops. Hypotheses suggesting that Manding navigators could have reached the Caribbean regions directly without ever establishing a forward base in these archipelagos remain highly speculative. The absence of detailed documents on the fleet and the route followed makes any certainty difficult. Climatological arguments highlight that the period around 1300-1310 was just before a slight cooling in the northern hemisphere, which later intensified to form what is sometimes called the Little Ice Age. It is possible that the configuration of the winds and currents was momentarily more favorable or stable, reducing the risk of violent storms. Similarly, the Mali Empire was experiencing relative prosperity at that time, supported by effective control of the Bambouk and Bure gold mines and solid diplomacy with its neighbors. This context might have allowed Abubakar II to finance an ambitious project, oriented toward the unknown, without endangering the economy or disrupting the internal order. However, even favorable factors do not necessarily explain the technical success of a transoceanic journey, which relies on meticulous preparation, a thorough knowledge of marine currents, and a skilled crew for maneuvering. The Malian sailors, whose experience was primarily with rivers, would have had to assimilate a significant number of unknown or unfamiliar techniques to survive in the open sea. In the current state of research, the hypothesis that Abubakar II and his fleet reached the American shores remains unverified. Researchers who seriously consider it base their conclusions more on indirect evidence. The account of Al-Umari, the theoretical feasibility of navigation with prevailing winds, oral continuums recounting maritime exploration legends in Manding populations, and some modern experiments like that of H. Bartel. Opponents cite the lack of archaeological evidence, the absence of clear mentions in other Islamic or African sources, and the complete lack of confirmation of any Manding colonies in the Atlantic. Many controversies, therefore, focus on this famous testimony of Al-Umari. Is it an embellished story repeated in Cairo by Mansa Musa to illustrate the greatness and boldness of his predecessor? Or does it reflect a real event, the result of an exceptional decision, whose tragic outcome left only fragments of memory behind? One certainty emerges nonetheless. In the collective Malian, and more broadly, West African imagination, the idea of a sovereign who set out to defy the ocean exerts a lasting fascination. Modern rewritings, whether romanticized or more serious, contribute to perpetuating the myth. Some see it as proof of an early African will to explore. Others prefer to see it as an instructive story about curiosity and overreach. Thus, the episode of Abubakar II highlights the sometimes ambiguous relationships that medieval African societies maintained with the Atlantic, seen sometimes as an insurmountable barrier, sometimes as a mystical passage, even a route leading to new horizons. As for the chronicler Al-Umari, he captured all the richness of this anecdote, recounted by Mansa Musa, with enough details to captivate the audience while maintaining a veil of mystery over the fate of the one who ventured there. In the vast history of maritime crossings, the possible encounter between Polynesians and the peoples of the Americas generates keen interest, both for the question of the spread of sweet potatoes to Polynesia and for the clues concerning the presence of Polynesian chickens on the South American continent. The Pacific Islands, scattered over a vast area, were populated by talented navigators who perfected, over the centuries, the art of the outrigger canoe and the refined knowledge of winds and stars. Current research tends to show that, around the 12th or 13th century Anno Domini, plant and animal traces in Polynesia point to a possible American origin. This perspective, though debated, sheds light on the potential for trans-Pacific navigation, occurring long before the European explorations of the 16th century. The sweet potato, called Ipomoea batatas by botanists, is at the heart of this investigation. Archaeologists and anthropologists are questioning how this plant, originally domesticated on the American continent, became integrated into the traditional agriculture of the Polynesian islands. The first tangible clues appear through linguistic study. In many Polynesian languages, the sweet potato is called kumara or kumala. However, in the Andean regions, similar terms like kumar or kumal were noted by missionaries and Spanish chroniclers after the conquest of the Inca Empire, suggesting a possible transmission of the word, along with the tuber from west to east or east to west. This simple phonetic coincidence is not enough to prove contact, but it has sparked hypotheses since the beginning of the 20th century. Subsequently, chloroplast genetic studies on samples of Polynesian sweet potatoes reinforced the idea of a South American origin, as the haplotypes closely match those of tubers cultivated on the coast or in the Andean mountains. The datings allow situating their spread in the Pacific Ocean near the end of the first millennium, or the beginning of the second, with a confirmed establishment in Polynesia around 1200 to 1300. To understand the context of these journeys, it is important to recall the remarkable Polynesian expansion. From their ancestral heart in the Society or Tonga Samoa archipelago, the Austronesian navigators dispersed to as far as Hawaii, nearly 4,000 kilometers to the north, and to New Zealand to the southwest, passing by Rapa Nui, Easter Island, lost in the vastness of the eastern Pacific. Polynesian canoes, often double-hulled or with a single outrigger, were piloted by chiefs and master navigators who mastered reading the currents, the flight of migratory birds, and the precise observation of the position of the stars. These skills, orally transmitted from generation to generation, allowed them to maintain a course amidst the waves and to ensure repeated voyages between different islands. In this scheme, the distance separating Rapa Nui from the Chilean coast remains considerable, but the presence of intermediate lands is almost non-existent. If such a trans-Pacific trip to America occurred, it implies practical knowledge of the trade winds, as well as some maritime audacity to cover thousands of kilometers non-stop. The issue of the Polynesian chicken discovered in Chile further complements these questions. In the early 2000s, archaeologists working on various Chilean coastal sites unearthed chicken bones that seemed to precede the arrival of the Spanish. The Spaniards landed in Chile and Peru in the 16th century, introducing a multitude of domestic animals in their luggage. However, radiocarbon dating applied to these chicken bones, discovered particularly in the Arauco region or at El Arenal, initially seemed to indicate an age prior to the European conquest, suggesting an imported livestock earlier on. The chicken remains in question were attributed to the Gallus domesticus variety associated with Polynesian lineages. Mitochondrial DNA analyses supported the idea of a biological profile similar to that traditionally found on some Pacific islands, reinforcing the perspective of pre-Hispanic contact. For some researchers, this would be proof of navigation from Polynesia to the Chilean coasts, possibly where the tuber would have been brought back afterward, or vice versa. This finding has sparked significant scientific debate because the precision of carbon-14 dating can be compromised by various factors, notably the risk of sample contamination. Additionally, the high mobility of livestock during colonial times, such as clandestine importation or exchanges between local populations and European sailors, complicates the interpretation of archaeological traces. In the case of Chilean chicken bones, some new analyses done later recalibrated the dates, indicating that these remains might represent a more recent age than the initial results suggested. These controversies highlight the difficulty of interpreting isolated discoveries. A single bone fragment, even dated, requires multiple cross-references to precisely situate the context of its presence. Researchers must, therefore, compare linguistic, anthropological, genetic, and archaeological sources before concluding definitively. The journey of the sweet potato, however, remains more evident. Botanical and DNA evidence largely agree, so much so that the scientific community tends to consider a passage of the plant from South America to Polynesia at a time when the greatest pre-Columbian kingdoms, such as the Chimu on the northern coast of Peru, were not yet conquered by the Incas. The exact location where the Polynesians might have obtained it remains speculative. Some suggest that contacts might have occurred within coastal tribes of Ecuador or Peru, areas where the sweet potato is ancient and abundant. Others mention a more southern Polynesian landing on the northern edges of Chile before setting off to Easter Island or other islands. In any case, the existence of trans-Pacific navigation in this direction, even if rare, can no longer be categorically denied. Polynesian navigators would have brought back a stock of living tubers, without which the plant could not have been cultivated later for food purposes. Beyond the tuber, the practice of poultry farming in the Pacific has long been the subject of attractive hypotheses. The idea of a proto-Polynesian chicken, distinct from the one that appeared in Chile with the Spanish conquest, is supported by various ancient testimonies. Oral traditions from Easter Island, for instance, mention poultry farming before the missionary era. On Polynesian sites like those in Tonga or Samoa, large shell middens, kitchen waste heaps, contain domestic chicken bones associated with ancient archaeological layers, which attests to a proven presence of this animal in the Pacific area at an early date. However, the hypothesis that these same chickens might have been transported to America remains delicate, as it requires not only a journey eastward, but also a landing area where the chicken could sustain itself and reproduce enough to leave traces. Scientists, therefore, continue their analyses to try to distinguish the avian DNA introduced by the Spaniards from that potentially older DNA that Polynesian sailors might have brought. When the perspective is broadened on a chronological scale, we see that these possible encounters occur after several centuries of intensive occupation of the Pacific by Austronesian populations. Most of the colonization of the islands dates back to around the first millennium of our era. Navigators gradually populated central Polynesia with Tahiti, Raiatea, and Huahine, then extended their voyages to the extremities, reaching Hawaii in the north and the New Zealand archipelago in the south. The Polynesian presence on Rapa Nui, often dated to around the 12th century, constitutes the easternmost point of this enduring expansion. The navigation conditions in this area are particularly demanding. The prevailing winds can push a ship from the Marquesas archipelago westward, but making the journey from Rapa Nui to the South American coasts requires refined knowledge of ocean currents that rise from low latitudes to more temperate areas. The exploration of this delicate corridor is certainly linked to the randomness of drift and, occasionally, to the manifest will to discover new lands. In several Polynesian oral traditions, there are stories of forced exiles, food shortages, or dynastic struggles that would have pushed leaders to take to the sea in search of an unreachable home. It is not impossible that such circumstances have led some canoes to distant continental segments. In this case, the harvest of native plants would have been a survival guarantee during the return journey. The sweet potato, due to its nutritional qualities and ease of cultivation, must have imposed itself as a valuable commodity to return to the original archipelagos. One can imagine how cultural exchange could have been limited, even punctual, as there was no intent to establish a colony or trading post. A brief passage on a South American shore would suffice to take sweet potato roots intended for replanting in the islands. On the ground, one of the fundamental points for supporting the hypothesis of direct Polynesian contact remains the precise dating of a typical plant or animal samples found on either side of the ocean. For the sweet potato, The DNA and phylogeny of cultivated varieties remain strong elements. It is known that there is an evident genetic proximity between Polynesian tubers and those from the Andes or the Pacific coast of South America. The other factor, more difficult to prove, concerns the direction and mode of dispersal. The plant could have crossed the ocean with the currents, carried by floating plant debris or accidental rafts. However, studies tend to favor deliberate transport, as the sweet potato does not survive easily, with prolonged immersion in seawater, and the Polynesians knew how to preserve and transport plants for replanting. This logistical aspect implies a conscious human gesture, which aligns with scenarios of controlled maritime travel. The question of Polynesian chicken bones found in Chile remains more subject to controversy. Defenders of the hypothesis that chickens were introduced by the Polynesians remind us that Europeans did not land in this area until the mid-16th century, when conquistadors crossed the Andes and descended into Chile. If chicken bones in an older archaeological layer show Polynesian mitochondrial DNA, it challenges the idea that pre-Columbian navigation was confined to the Amerindian world. However, some researchers have questioned the initial results, arguing that the initial radiocarbon calibration may have overlooked specific errors related to avian samples. New calculations, considering various contamination factors, have redated the chicken remains, suggesting a period around the first half of the 16th century, corresponding to the Iberian arrival. This revised chronology does not rule out all contact hypotheses, but weakens the argument for pre-Hispanic chickens. Debates around chronology continue in the academic world, and each additional study is scrutinized cautiously. The disciplines involved are varied: molecular biology, zooarchaeology, archaeobotany, and linguistics. Archaeology, in the strict sense, sometimes provides precise evidence, such as the discovery of engraved pebbles, lithic tools, or remains of hearths that could demonstrate cultural exchange or foreign presence on an American site. In the Polynesian case, no artifact indisputably signals a lasting settlement, so a brief episode or the arrival of only a few individuals is considered instead. The scale of migratory flows is therefore minimal compared to the ocean, even if the event may be significant for the spread of a plant, like the sweet potato. The Polynesian archipelago itself experienced several agricultural revolutions, with the cultivation of sweet potatoes eventually becoming a cornerstone. The accounts from Easter Island highlight the importance of this food, which contributed to the dietary richness necessary to build and maintain a complex society, famous for its monumental statues, the moai. In Hawaii, the same. Kumara became one of the key resources in the highlands, alongside taro and yam. Oral traditions often praise the mythical role of certain Polynesian navigators or gods in introducing new plant species. For maritime history specialists, these legends suggest the existence of long-distance voyages, whose memorization through songs and stories might have been preserved in a poetic and often exaggerated form. Nevertheless, the correlation between these founding myths and archaeological reality is not always clear. Polynesian navigators had sufficient know-how to cover considerable distances, and the recovery of an essential plant could be part of these legendary traditions. Furthermore, it is important to remember the uniqueness of the Pacific. Unlike the Atlantic, which connects Europe, Africa, and the Americas, the Pacific is dotted with numerous islands that facilitate navigation by stages, even if these are sometimes very distant from each other. In the case of the eastern portion of the Pacific, island density is low, but the Polynesians could still rely on the experience gained previously in their north-south travels. The dominant currents, such as the Humboldt Current that runs along the coasts of Chile and Peru, sometimes veering westward, could eventually carry a vessel into the open ocean. This does not preclude the possibility of deliberate expeditions. The rare accounts of contact, such as those mentioned for Rapa Nui and certain coastal points of the continent, thus fuel scenarios of a passage in one direction or the other, providing a basis for reflection on the ability of pre-Columbian or Polynesian peoples to venture far from their usual lands. The sweet potato and chicken thus become significant markers for evaluating the hypothesis of a pre-Columbian oceanic encounter. The chicken, in particular, remains a very sensitive indicator as it requires care and maintenance, and is less likely than plants to travel accidentally across the Pacific. The main argument in favor of its pre-Hispanic introduction is based on the apparent antiquity of the Chilean bones. If these truly dated from the 12th or 13th century, the conclusion would have been immediate. But more recent research, relying on methodological caution, has blurred the image of a Polynesian chicken predating Christopher Columbus. This results in several rival interpretations. Some maintain that a small population of chickens could have been introduced by Polynesian navigators, subsequently disappearing without leaving a lasting impact. Others see it as merely an example of contamination or confusion of archaeological sites between pre-Hispanic and colonial times. The trans-Pacific contacts considered in this debate differ from any transatlantic project. Yet, the interest in Polynesian sweet potato and chicken fuels a broader reflection on the theme of large pre-Columbian navigations deemed improbable at first glance. One often thinks of other hypotheses, such as those suggesting direct Asian contact with America, or the rare theories positing that some old world civilizations made anticipated crossings of the Atlantic before the great discoveries. In the specific case of the Polynesians, the most supported thesis is about a journey from west to east, powered by paddle and sail adapted to the canoe. Plant and animal genomes, when clearly interpreted, provide solid clues that, linked to linguistic data, genuinely suggest such an episode. Besides the sweet potato, there has also been debate about the presence of an American gourd on certain Polynesian islands, but the evidence for this botanical exchange is less tangible than for the Kumara. To progress, many laboratories now focus on the microanalysis of ancient DNA and increasingly fine dating techniques, including not only classic radiocarbon, but also isotopic environmental analysis, particularly strontium, nitrogen, and carbon. This cross-disciplinary approach helps to clarify the origin of sediments and indicate the place of rearing of domestic animals. If, for example, a chicken is found to have a chemical profile indicating it grew in a coastal area of Chile before the official arrival of the Spanish, then the idea of early contact is strengthened. Conversely, if the trace elements in the skeleton correspond more to a diet that came with European colonization, the argument then loses its strength. Similarly, for the sweet potato, genetic markers are studied to trace the kinship between modern samples and archaeological remains, sometimes preserved in older layers. Supporters of the Polynesian contact often point out that the absence of large material remains, such as dwellings or culturally recognizable artifacts on the American coast, does not necessarily constitute a counter-argument. The history of canoe voyages is replete with examples of stealthy explorations or mere attempts at landing without lasting settlement. A handful of sailors, disembarking on a beach, hardly needs to build a village or leave monuments. A brief interaction is enough to exchange provisions, acquire sweet potatoes, or even share some poultry. These nuanced assessments rely more on anthropological logic than on massive evidence of expanded colonization. The best lead would therefore be to unearth some form of unexpected archaeological megadata, a deposit of bones or traces of canoes somewhere in a layer predating the arrival of Europeans. So far, such discoveries are lacking, which fuels controversies and necessitates great caution. Navigators and cartographers of the late Middle Ages and early Renaissance often operated in the shadow of a burgeoning geographical imagination. Real travel accounts were intermingled with legends passed down through oral tradition, while monks and scholars sometimes elusively inscribed the outlines of mysterious islands or lands in manuscripts. To understand how so-called enigmatic maps and myths, such as the Isle of St. Brendan, Antillia, or the legendary Seven Cities, could shape the perception of Atlantic routes, one must delve into the documents we now call portolan charts. These portolans, originating from cartographic workshops in the Mediterranean and Atlantic Europe, originally described coastlines, ports, and useful navigational landmarks. However, over the centuries, they also became fields of experimentation where fabulous stories, geographic hypotheses, and hypothetical representations of the world overlapped. The term portolan originally refers to a nautical guide describing the location of ports and the topography of the coasts. Starting in the 13th century, these guides were equipped with detailed maps, increasingly accurately tracing the contours of the Mediterranean and, in some cases, parts of the Atlantic. The oldest known portolan charts are generally attributed to Genoese or Majorcan cartographers. Some of these documents contain Latin or vernacular inscriptions indicating the presence of islands consecrated by rumor or legend. Exotic or whimsical toponyms appear, allowing each reader to project their own beliefs onto poorly known spaces, sometimes prolonging real geography with imagination. This drive towards the unknown was reflected in hagiographic tales such as those of St. Brendan, which traveled through monasteries and fueled the curiosity of multiple potential explorers. In this legacy of often confusing sources, three maps particularly capture attention when discussing rumors of pre-Columbian discoveries: the Vinland map, the Pizzigano chart of 1424, and Fra Mauro's map of 1459. Each has its share of controversies, divergent interpretations, and marginal glosses. They also testify to the vitality of cartographic workshops, where sailors, merchants, and scholars intersected. In the Mediterranean, and soon in the Atlantic, efforts were made to catalog lands, chart trade routes, but also to disseminate or conceal knowledge. Cartographers sometimes played with this ambiguity. While providing a technical support for navigation, they fueled public wonderment with notes on realms of the unknown, placing sea monsters, island silhouettes, or crosses marking Christian territories located at the ends of the earth. The Vinland map, which generated much ink in the 20th century, presents itself as a medieval parchment depicting, among other things, the northwestern part of the Atlantic Ocean. Discovered and made public in 1965, this map was supposed to show Greenland and a land called Vinland, directly associated with the Viking expeditions related in the sagas. However, the paleographic dating of the accompanying text, conducted in the late 1960s, suggested an origin around the mid-15th century, before Christopher Columbus's voyage. This apparent synchrony with the pre-Columbian era conferred a sensational status to the Vinland map. If it were authentic, it would prove that educated Europeans of the time knew or strongly suspected the existence of land west of Greenland without waiting for the end of the 15th century. Quickly, however, the authenticity of the map was questioned. Chemical analyses of ink samples revealed anachronistic substances, leading some researchers to claim it was a modern forgery. The debates continued throughout the second half of the 20th century, with each side presenting new evidence or criticisms. Some supporters did not rule out a possible late modification of an authentic map, while others insisted on the probable hoax. At the beginning of the 21st century, new scientific studies seemed to confirm the modern production of the inks, fueling the idea that the Vinland map was likely an attempt at forgery. However, even considered a fake, it continues to fascinate historians because it illustrates how the quest for evidence of potential pre-Columbian contacts can generate considerable enthusiasm and intertwine myth and science. Less controversial, but equally intriguing, the Pizzigano map of 1424 is one of the masterpieces of early maritime documents. Created by a Venetian cartographer named Juan Pizzigano or Giovanni Pizzigano, this Portolan chart mainly depicts the eastern Atlantic, including the maritime frontage of Africa, Spain, and Portugal. However, elements appear that could refer to islands situated to the west, beyond the Azores and Canary Islands, named Satanazes, Antilia, Saya, and Roilo. The presence of these four mysterious islands has sparked the imagination of many researchers. According to some hypotheses, the island of Antilia, mentioned on the Pizzigano map, could have referred to a real, unknown, or poorly located territory discovered by Iberian sailors before the official conquest of the Atlantic islands. Others see merely legendary representations, reproductions of a mythical topos already present in the navigator's culture. Antilia, sometimes called Ilha das Sete Cidades in Portugal, was described in popular tradition as a refuge for Christians fleeing the Muslim invasion of the Iberian Peninsula in the 8th century. The legend held that 7 bishops founded 7 prosperous cities there, preserving a center of Christian culture in a lost insular world in the middle of the Atlantic. The Pizzigano map thus stands out for its role as a graphic witness of these beliefs and shows that in 1424, a cartographer could inscribe semi-legendary islands in black and white, thus relaying a collective narrative that mixed history and myth. This map is also an illustration of the intersection between maritime knowledge, the approximate position of certain islands, and oral tradition, stories of fabulous cities. In the same vein, the Fra Mauro map, completed around 1459, depicts almost the entire extent of the world known to Venetian geographers of the time. Fra Mauro, a Chamberlain monk from the San Michele Monastery in Murano, dedicated years to compiling information from merchants, navigators, and explorers passing through Venice. This circular map, particularly rich in annotations, demonstrates a remarkable curiosity for Africa, Asia, and the maritime space as a whole. It is also distinguished by its unusual orientation, with the south sometimes at the top of the map, and by the increased precision of certain coastlines. However, the Atlantic is also depicted as a theater of hypothetical islands, unclear sea routes, and inscriptions that reflect a mix of empirical certainties and inherited beliefs. Despite its scope and encyclopedic ambition, Fra Mauro's map does not escape legends of distant lands, such as the mention of lost islands beyond the Pillars of Hercules. It includes comments on the supposed routes traveled by Chinese or Arab sailors, proof if any were needed of how European scholarship compiled multiple narratives and attempted to create a coherent representation of a world whose vastness was becoming apparent. The blank areas and speculative annotations reminded contemporaries that geography remained a field of ongoing exploration. On the margins of these maps, legends of distant islands such as that of St. Brendan, a 6th century Irish monk who supposedly embarked on a sea journey in search of the earthly paradise, emerged. His adventures, compiled in the Navigatio Sancti Brendani, inspired many later tales. The story spoke of bewildering islands, sometimes confused with gigantic sea creatures and glowing lands on the horizon. The different versions of the legend suggest that Brendan may have reached territories northwest of the Atlantic, possibly even present-day Iceland or other unknown lands. The quest for the Green Isle or the Paradise of the Saints left a lasting imprint on the collective psyche. Thus, when later cartographers began charting the Atlantic, the memory of these mystical journeys sometimes found its place on the map, in the form of an uncertain island, marked under the name Ilha de São Brandão, or simply suggested by marginal mentions. From there emerged an active imagination, creating bridges between religious fervor, insular folklore, and the burgeoning science of cartography. St. Brendan's Island became in turns a symbol of holiness, a relay of adventure, and a pretext for justifying voyages ever farther westward. Antillia, on the other hand, established itself as a veritable archetype of the island refuge found in tales of the Umayyad conquest of the Iberian Peninsula. According to various accounts, it was said that when the Arab Berber troops conquered the great city of Merida or Seville, 7 bishops, or 7 Christian nobles, embarked to flee the threat. They subsequently landed on an island in the Atlantic, where they founded 7 cities. This legend often merged with the fable of the 7 cities of Cibola, much more famous in America at the time of the Spanish conquest. In the medieval context, Antillia, or the Isle of the 7 Cities, aroused curiosity, as it suggested a continuation of Christendom in the middle of the ocean. Some sailors, taking advantage of favorable winds, might have glimpsed it and provided approximate descriptions. Cartographers received these accounts, struggled to verify their reliability, and sometimes chose caution by indicating these islands off the coast, accompanied by comments speculating on their nature or reality. Again, the line between invention, adaptation of stories heard in port taverns, and genuine maritime observations was thin. These myths of hidden islands were part of a larger framework, where imagination played a central role in representing the world. In the medieval era, cartography was not just a technical art, it was also a kind of cultural mirror, reflecting the beliefs, hopes, and fears of a society in motion. Fabulous creatures placed in the margins of maps, corners supposed to harbor sea monsters, imprecise borders in distant lands, all of this contributed to a universal vision where humans explored a divine order in which the marvelous was not distinct from geographical reality. Unknown territories, whether located beyond the Western Ocean or at the confines of Asia, fed an insatiable appetite for stories. Rumors about encounters with strange peoples, cities of gold, and ancient ruins enriched the geographical literature. Hence the proliferation of floating names on the map, sometimes overlapping. A single place could appear under several names, fragmenting the landscape into as many legendary presences. Beyond purely European myths, it is important to highlight the profound influence exerted by Arab and Sephardic Jewish knowledge on the construction of these representations. Since the Islamic conquest of the Iberian Peninsula in the 8th century, Andalusia became a cultural crossroads. Through Cordoba, Seville, Granada, or Toledo, writings of Arab geographers like al-Idrisi in the 12th century circulated, who created the Tabula Rogeriana, considered one of the most advanced maps of its time. These geographical literatures included fine descriptions of the ocean's expanse, the position of certain islands, and possible navigations off the African coasts. The Sephardic Jews, for their part, often played roles as interpreters, translators, scholars, or scientists in the courts of Catholic and Muslim kings. Thanks to these successive layers of knowledge, preliminary notions of astronomy, latitude, or longitude calculations, as well as a growing awareness of the globe's size, were slowly developing in the educated circles of the Iberian Peninsula. Toward the end of the Middle Ages and on the threshold of the Renaissance, Portugal became one of the main hubs of geographical compilation and experimentation. The Portuguese sovereigns, in search of new sea routes, placed great importance on maps and the training of skilled cartographers. Research centers were thus created, such as the illustrious School of Sagres, traditionally associated with Prince Henry the Navigator, born in 1394. Although there is debate about the actual importance of Sagres, it is undeniable that exploration along the African coasts and continued improvement of navigation methods were encouraged there. In this context, Jewish and Muslim experts were often recruited for their skills in astronomy, mathematics, and cartography. Many Sephardic families, persecuted in Castile or Aragon, found refuge in Portugal, bringing with them precious knowledge, the fruit of centuries of cultural development in lands under Islamic influence. It is in this intellectual climate that the concept of Padrão Real could be born, a centralized register of discoveries and cartographical surveys kept at the Portuguese king's court. According to historical accounts, this register was tasked with compiling the essential information collected by captains and navigators returning from missions. Every explored sea route, every newly discovered island, every mapped bay was officially integrated into this database. In this way, the royal power accelerated the establishment of a knowledge monopoly. Only authorized cartographers could consult and update this grand collection, thereby ensuring Portugal a considerable advantage in the race for territories. The Padrão Real, whose existence is sometimes attested under different names, remains challenging to reconstruct in detail, as it was kept with a certain level of confidentiality. Many archival documents may have disappeared over the centuries, leaving a part of the mystery surrounding the exact conditions of its development. In the continuation of this policy, the Portuguese monarchy financed the production of increasingly accurate maps, seeking to divert or correct the illusions born from the tradition of older portolan charts. Nevertheless, cartographers could not entirely free themselves from the evocative power of legends. People continued to wonder if Antillia, the famous island on the Pizzigano map, could be more precisely located, if other suspected lands off the Atlantic coast held gold, spices, or souls to convert, or if the tale of St. Brendan concealed the trace of a passage to richer lands. Doubts and hopes remained vivid, especially since the ocean had not yet been crossed on a large scale. Consequently, the distinction between what was known from reliable sources and what was presumed was sometimes tenuous. It is precisely in this in-between that the impetus took root, which, at the turn of the Renaissance, would later push great princes and merchants to sponsor expeditions into distant seas. Rumors of exotic lands thus joined political and economic ambitions to form a volatile mix of exploration and conquest. Among these rumors, fueled by the scientific networks of Arabs and Jews, some commentators mention the idea that Maghrebian or Andalusian sailors had explored long before the 15th century Atlantic islands located off the West African coast. The works of Ibn Fadlallah al-Omari, al-Bakr, and others sometimes mention adventurous navigations, but the sources often remain imprecise or tinged with legends. The circulation of Arabic and Hebrew manuscripts in the libraries of Lisbon, Coimbra, or Évora may have contributed to the dissemination of these stories, which, integrated into geography corpuses, aroused the curiosity of Christian intellectuals. Consequently, Portuguese cartography became imbued with a set of data not solely derived from the Latin world, but also from African and Middle Eastern contributions. This reinforced the hypothesis of a navigable ocean rich in unknown lands. From then on, the compilation organized under the Padrão Real took into account a plurality of traditions, partly explaining the sophistication of the Portuguese cartographic school at the turn of the 15th century. On the maps, this influence manifested concretely in the finer representation of West Africa, in the rise of toponymy of Arab or Berber origin for certain capes, or in the appearance of crossed rhumb lines, also known as directional lines, derived from astronomical calculations. Moreover, the perfection of instruments such as the nautical astrolabe, adapted from Arab versions and strengthened by Jewish craftsmen, allowed navigators to adjust according to the height of the stars to more precisely determine their latitude. The increase in technical accuracy of these tools was thus intertwined with the persistence of shadowy areas on the maps. Even a knowledgeable cartographer could not completely rid himself of tales evoking islands like Antillia or the fabulous lands of Hibernia Major, not to mention the multiple literary indications of the Sargasso Sea, reputed to entrap ships. The Padrón Real, while formalizing geographic knowledge, did not eradicate myths. Rather, it attempted to confront them with observational data, test their plausibility, before sometimes rejecting or classifying them as fables. Thus, on the eve of the great official voyages undertaken by the Portuguese crown, and later by the Spanish crown, the world of cartography oscillated between science, tradition, and curiosity for the unknown. Portoland charts, which had been practical tools for coastal navigation in the Mediterranean, were supplemented with annotations on the Atlantic, increasingly detailed and sometimes embellished with ancient legends. Enigmatic maps like the Pizzigano map of 1424 explicitly depicted islands whose existence depended as much on faith as on observation. They could be an inheritance from Greek and Latin thought, which placed the Elysian Fields or Atlantis in the extreme west in the past, or from an Irish tradition that perpetuated the memory of saintly navigators. When the Fra Mauro map illustrated, in a quest for comprehensiveness, territories described by Eastern merchants or African kings, it only confirmed the general trend. Everything that circulated as information, from the most tangible to the most dubious, could find its place on these immense world frescoes. It was then up to the reader, and especially the future navigator, to distinguish the useful from the fanciful. Many scholars argue that these maps and legends had a real impact on political and economic decisions regarding maritime exploration. Others believe they were merely objects of curiosity for educated elites without much influence on actual navigation. In any case, they remain a valuable testimony to the mentality of medieval Europe at a pivotal moment when the perspective of a world larger than that described by ancient geographers was forming. The island of St. Brendan, the Antilia of the Pizzigano map, and the Seven Cities acted as beacons attracting imagination, stimulating the quest for the marvelous. Sailors in search of fortune or conversions, princes eager to assert their prestige, intellectuals charmed by the exoticism of Arab tales. All in their way fueled pre-Columbian rumors. While it is difficult to determine precisely the degree of credulity and lucidity of this era, it is certain that the aspiration to push the boundaries of the world already figured in their minds, and that the echoes of these folklore and legends paved the way for new horizons. In this bustling context, the circulation of Arab and Sephardic Jewish knowledge in Portugal played an accelerating role. The perfected astronomical instruments, the mathematical treatises brought or translated by Jewish physicians and scholars, as well as the geographic accounts compiled by Muslim scholars, served as a foundation to structure the scattered information in the Portolan tradition more systematically. The Portuguese kings, aware of the necessity for a reliable database, institutionalized this knowledge within the framework of the Padrón Real. It was no longer just about fueling the collective imagination, but equipping navigators with a strategic tool to expand the political, economic, and military influence of the kingdom. The cartographers working for the monarchy knew their works could incite jealousy and envy among neighboring powers, hence the importance of secrecy. Two explicit mentions of Antilia or the island of St. Brendan sometimes came to be omitted or discreetly erased from certain copies, for fear that a rival might seize them to launch their own expeditions. However, the fervor for these pre-Columbian rumors was not limited to Lisbon or Porto. In other maritime centers like Seville, Cadiz, or Barcelona, similar documents were maintained, often derived from the expertise of Majorcan cartographers and Jewish converts to Christianity, who continued the Sephardic traditions. As progress was made in observing the stars and calculating distances, the credibility of some imaginary lands seemed to diminish, while the possibility of discovering very real ones grew. Paradoxically, the idea of an ocean filled with fabulous islands transformed into the certainty that there existed exploitable unknown territories, since the Earth's surface proved to be larger than suggested by old evaluations. Kings, always in search of new riches, then encouraged the reassessment of old data and their confrontation with the testimonies of sailors returning from Atlantic expeditions. In this dynamic, Portolands and Mapamondis were gradually corrected, enriched, or sometimes stripped of the most fanciful tales. The maps, myths, and rumors about Western lands thus accompanied the beginnings of exploratory navigation before being, in part, supplanted by verified travel accounts. However, the geographical imagination never completely disappeared. Sailors carried with them, alongside their navigation instruments, a wealth of stories and potential fixed ideas bequeathed by tradition. The role of faith in these ventures should not be underestimated either. For some Christian navigators, the idea of rediscovering the earthly paradise or spreading the faith in distant territories combined religious ideals with adventure. For others, whose ambitions were more commercial, the quest for mysterious lands meant the prospect of establishing new trading posts. Thus, myth and pragmatism interwove in a vast web of judgments, dreams, and empirical observations. In Portugal, the convergence of these currents through the Padrão Real gradually absorbed a heterogeneous body of data. This is why the Portuguese cartographic boom of the 15th century is not merely a technical advancement. It reflects a state's ability to consolidate, classify, and verify information from various cultural areas while maintaining the element of mystery that continues to fuel interest in the unknown. Numerous maps produced in Lisbon testify to this transformation, evolving within a few years from more or less legendary sketches to relatively reliable surveys of the African coasts and the insular Atlantic. Some versions still displayed in the margins the silhouette of Antillia or the reference to the Isle of St. Brendan, a sign that the fascination with these legendary sites had not been entirely abandoned. Thus, while there is often scrutiny over the historical validity of the Vinland map or the enigma of the Pizigano map, the question of the entire geographic imaginary is raised. The lands on the fringes of what was genuinely known became receptacles of a desire for exploration, a longing to find something better or elsewhere. And as long as ships had not formally crossed these zones to provide an official report, the most extravagant hypotheses could thrive, nurturing a breeding ground of collective beliefs. The Arab knowledge, bolstered by a cartographic and astronomical tradition spanning several centuries, profoundly contributed to this intellectual movement. They offered not only calculation techniques, but also narratives about the Atlantic or hypothetical lands, sometimes located in the legends of the Islamic world as the Fortunate Islands or unexplored lands. Exiled or traveling Jews, on their part, facilitated the translation and circulation of these texts in Christian courts, explaining a certain flourishing of syncretic documents. In the end, the Padrão Real illustrated a kingdom's intent to organize this vast abundance of data, rumors, and speculations to derive concrete advantages. Over the course of the 15th century, sacred imagery, the allure of gold, the pursuit of spices, and the desire to extend religious influence drove more and more caravels to venture beyond the traditional routes. Medieval legends sometimes became a public justification for extending into unknown territories. If it was claimed that Christians already lived on Antillia or that a lost kingdom revered the relics of a saint, there was ample reason to incite significant missionary interest. At the same time, there was an astute focus on the profits to be garnered from these explorations, particularly if precious resources could be extracted or commercial stopovers established. From this perspective, the idea of fabulous islands was also an act of faith in the existence of economic opportunities. The political mechanism of the time, dominated by the Iberian sovereigns, linking territorial expansion, evangelization, and commerce, found in pre-Columbian myths, however exaggerated, an effective means of fueling the collective passion for adventure. The porcelains from Genoa, Venice, Majorca, or Cadiz exchanged for substantial sums. Some were jealously guarded, others forged or secretly copied, and a few reached the most distant European courts. Major military orders also had an interest in gathering information about potentially habitable islands. The Hospitallers, stationed in Rhodes and Malta, watched every opportunity to project themselves further, while the Templars, before their suppression, had already forged ties with Western merchants. In this bustling milieu, every map, every rumor, every mention of an additional island was likely to upend the emerging geopolitics of the Atlantic. Alliances formed or dissolved based on the possession of cartographic knowledge, reinforcing the idea that a map was not merely a reflection of the world, it was also a key to its appropriation. The myths of the Atlantic, from St. Brendan to Antillia, thus fueled rumors about the existence of other lands before the voyage of 1492. They proved that there was a long tradition of belief in the possibility of unknown worlds to the west, much older than what classical textbooks recounting the discovery of the New World would have us think. The circulation of Arabic and Sephardic Jewish knowledge in Portugal during the 14th and 15th centuries helped consolidate certain scientific bases and ensured the transcription of ancient legends while integrating them into a more rational proto-cartographic approach. The Padrón Real, kept secret within the court, acted as a repository of these converging pieces of knowledge, where myths, publications of astronomers, sailors' experiences, and exotic tales became parts of an as-yet incomplete puzzle. Without a final concluding sentence, it is nevertheless understood that these documents, tinged with uncertainties and allusions to wonderful lands, prepared the ground for the great transformations to come, both in the understanding of the globe and in the manner of conceiving Atlantic navigation. At the turn of the 15th and 16th centuries, Western Europe witnessed the emergence of a new era of navigation and exploration. During this period, maritime techniques saw a considerable leap thanks to innovations in shipbuilding, the broad dissemination of printed maps, and the introduction of advanced measuring instruments. At the same time, European monarchs, eager to enrich themselves and outpace their competitors, invested heavily in ambitious maritime enterprises. It was in this context that the figure of Christopher Columbus appeared, of Genoese origin but supported by the Spanish monarchy. Unlike the many more or less hypothetical explorations of previous centuries, the 1492 expedition mobilized unprecedented techniques, knowledge, and capital, which would transform discovery into conquest, then into legalized and institutionalized appropriation. The caravel is one of the most striking symbols of this technological revolution. Derived from Portuguese shipbuilding experiments, it took shape as early as the mid-15th century, a time when Portugal was intensely exploring the African coasts. It is recognized by its mixed rigging. It can be equipped with triangular lateen sails, more effective upwind, that is, facing the wind, or, according to needs, with square sails that are better propelled by a tailwind. This design gives it great maneuverability on the high seas, where older ships, equipped only with square sails, struggle to navigate against the changing gusts of the Atlantic. Moreover, the hull of the caravel, generally smaller and lighter than that of large cargo ships, gives it both agility and speed. It can venture into unexplored areas without incurring enormous expenses, while providing a certain comfort to the sailors on board. By the time Columbus was seeking a way to reach Asia via the west, this type of ship represented the culmination of already proven Portuguese know-how during the methodical reconnaissance of the African coasts and the Atlantic archipelagos, such as Madeira, Azores, and Cape Verde. The astrolabe, on the other hand, falls within a more ancient heritage, tracing back to the Greco-Arab tradition in astronomy. Inherited from Muslim scholars who perfected it, this instrument allows the determination of latitude from the position of celestial bodies, particularly the Sun or the North Star. Although mentioned as early as antiquity, the maritime astrolabe came into wider use at the end of the 15th century, when navigators ventured beyond familiar coastal areas. On the deck of a caravel tossed by the Atlantic swell, the astrolabe is not always easy to use. Nevertheless, it represents a vital technical advance for those who wish to navigate far from terrestrial landmarks. One measures an astral body's height above the horizon, records the measurement on the graduated astrolabe, and deduces the approximate latitude. This relatively new precision, much more reliable than mere dead reckoning or simple observation of birds' flight, provides sailors with increased confidence. Although not infallible, the obtained calculations are sufficient to reassure investors. Crossing the ocean is no longer a leap into the most complete unknown, but a calculated journey, marked by observing the heavens. Printed cartography also played a decisive role in Columbus's venture. The invention of movable type printing by Johannes Gutenberg around the mid-15th century, with his famous Bible completed around 1455, prompted an accelerated dissemination of knowledge in Europe. Publishers, primarily established in cities like Mainz, Venice, or later Antwerp, printed not only classical books, but also maps. Until then, maps were hand-copied by monks or scribes, often on parchment, which greatly limited their circulation and accuracy. The multiplication of printed maps with indications of latitudes, coasts, and new islands discovered by the Portuguese or Genoese navigators facilitated the accumulation of reliable geographical information. Some portulains, maps developed mainly for navigation in the Mediterranean, gradually became enriched with details about the Atlantic. When Columbus presented himself at the court of Isabella of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon, he brandished maps that, in his eyes, attested to the possibility of circumnavigating the globe to reach the Indies. The estimation of distances remained wrong, as the Genoese navigator underestimated the Earth's circumference and the dimensions of the ocean. Despite this, printed cartography gave him a more solid argument than the mere intuitions of previous navigators. The sovereigns, sensitive to commercial and political potentials, then found in these documents additional support to validate the project. The state funding of Columbus's enterprise, desired and consented to by the Spanish crown, represents another major difference from previous maritime adventures. In antiquity, or the early Middle Ages, the rare land or maritime explorations relied on occasional patrons or solely on the authority of a local sovereign. The Phoenicians, for example, traded and navigated for their city-states like Tyre, or later Carthage. The Vikings, for their part, went on expeditions of colonization or raids, but without benefiting from a central administration with a unified budget. In contrast, at the end of the 15th century, the kings of Castile and Aragon had consolidated a more structured state. They were able to allocate capital to significant exploration projects, hoping to find gold, spices, and the exotic riches of Asia, or to surpass their Portuguese rivals already established on the Cape of Good Hope route. By agreeing to sponsor Columbus's expedition, they offered the navigator an incomparably more stable financial and logistical base than anything that had existed before. They also provided him with an official status, legitimized by the potential acquisition of lands in the name of the crown, making exploration a political act rather than just a commercial enterprise. From there, what is sometimes called the institutional rupture occurred. Columbus, indeed, did not set out merely to verify a hazardous geographical theory. He explicitly sought to open a trade route to circumvent the Islamic control over the Mediterranean and land connections to the east. Certainly, other sailors before him had attempted to explore the Atlantic, but often in a more or less discreet or partial manner. He, on the other hand, acted under royal mandate, with a defined goal and considerable capital for the time. He was given the title of Admiral and Viceroy of the lands he would discover, a flattering promise that framed the expedition as a planned conquest. The ships, the Santa Maria, a bit larger than a caravel, the Pinta, and the Niña, more traditional caravels, were equipped according to a precise plan, with a crew of about 100 men. Everything was recorded, budgeted, and the whole was part of a genuine national campaign by the sovereigns of Castile and Aragon, who invested in a project designed to last, assuming the route proved fruitful. The consequences of this organized support are multiple. First, the success of the voyage in 1492, when he reaches the Bahamas, initially the island Columbus names San Salvador on October 12th, is immediately reported to the competent authorities. A great deal is made of this feat. The information is spread among scholarly circles and the nobility of Europe. The news does not remain confined to scholarly exchanges or a few manuscripts. It spreads due to the printing press. Small booklets, written in various languages, circulate and mention the discovery of the Indies. This is an unprecedented process of written dissemination in the history of navigation. Previously, even if successful voyages were carried out, the slow transmission of information and the absence of state structures to exploit them often reduced their impact. With Columbus, the Spanish monarchy has a diplomatic service, networks of travelers, official correspondence, and can support its revelations with the publication of fairly standardized accounts. Soon, all of Europe learns of the existence of these new lands, even if their true geographical extent is not yet known. In this approach, the conquest is planned, as Columbus returns the following year with a larger fleet to establish settlements, exploit resources, and ideally, establish a government in the name of the Iberian sovereigns. From then on, the act of discovering is no longer enough. Efforts are made to control, map, and also convert to religion, as the evangelizing mission is an integral motivation recognized by the monarchy and the Pope of the time. Previous Viking colonizations, for example, had not received legal recognition and widespread support in Europe. In contrast, in the 15th century, the Catholic Church, through the papacy, can bestow its blessing and formalize the legitimacy of the Castilian monarchy. This desire for officialization inevitably leads to the emergence of international legal instruments aimed at avoiding any major conflict between Christian exploring powers, notably between Spain and Portugal. The most spectacular result of this new logic is the Treaty of Tordesillas, signed in 1494. Its name comes from the town of Tordesillas, located on the banks of the Duero River in Castile. The negotiations take place between the emissaries of Isabella of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon on one side, and those of King John II of Portugal on the other, to resolve an emerging dispute. The Portuguese, who have already established their preeminence along the African coasts and seek to reach the Indian Ocean by the south, are indeed concerned about the threat posed by the new partnership between Columbus and Castile. They fear that the lands detected by Columbus might fall within regions they consider their sphere of influence, following previous papal bulls, including the Intercaetera Bull of 1493. The Spanish, emboldened by Columbus's success, wished to legalize their claims beyond the newly contacted islands. After lengthy negotiations, the two parties agreed to draw a line of demarcation. It is located about 370 leagues west of the Cape Verde Islands, themselves under Portuguese orbit. The principle is simple. Lands discovered west of this line rightfully belong to Castile, thus to Spain, while areas to the east belong to Portugal. At this precise moment, the full extent of the South American continent, which Columbus is about to glimpse in later voyages, is still unknown, and the vastness of the Pacific is not yet truly suspected. The idea of dividing the world based on such a meridian is nonetheless a foundational act. Never before had an earthly authority, the papacy, claimed to so clearly dictate the geographical distribution of future territories to be conquered. This treaty, written and signed by the Iberian crowns on June 7, 1494, essentially orders the global appropriation in the name of Latin Christian Europe, relegating indigenous populations to the background and ignoring any local sovereignty. On an ideological level, Tordesillas symbolizes the shift into an era where simply describing unknown shores is no longer enough. There is now an anticipation of dominating them, exploiting them commercially, and transferring European institutions there. The Catholic Church, which intervenes in the arbitration, legitimizes the Spanish enterprise of evangelization and colonization while protecting Portuguese interests. Thus, we witness the creation of an international legal framework concerning territories located thousands of kilometers away from European chanceries. The scope of this agreement far exceeds the purely Iberian context, as it inspires later territorial claims, notably when France, England, and the United Provinces soon enter the fray, questioning the legitimacy of a binary division of the world. Nevertheless, the Treaty of Tordesillas remains a historical milestone, marking this crucial difference compared to earlier explorations. Discovery is now coupled with a system of conquest, regulated in writing, planned at the highest level, and sanctified by a spiritual institution omnipresent in Europe. If we compare this apparatus to the previous situation, we realize how Columbus operates in a completely new framework. He benefits from advanced navigation techniques, with the caravel and the astrolabe being part of a broader set, including magnetic compasses of Chinese origin, known in Europe for a few centuries already, but perfected and widely used by the end of the Middle Ages. He takes advantage of printed cartography, which enables him to rely on recent surveys, to preserve and reproduce his own observations, and to immediately supply official cartographers. He receives support not only from private entities, but from a state undergoing centralization, whose power partly depends on the economic success resulting from future commercial exchanges. He embodies an assumed project of conquest, justified before God and the papacy, and fiercely negotiated with the Portuguese neighbors. Finally, all this information circulates thanks to the printing press, giving the affair unprecedented media exposure. Pre-Columbian explorations, whether of Viking, Basque, Mandingo, or legendary origin, always suffered from a lack of institutional recognition and a lack of large-scale logistical follow-up. The products brought back, the witnesses' accounts, even when they existed, often remained limited to a few restricted circles. With Columbus, the Castilian monarchy commits to perpetuating the movement over time, deriving diplomatic benefit from it and claiming lands. The level of detail in the reports, the publicity made around the West Indies, and the willingness to establish religious missions transform exploration into a conscious, expansionist act. The caravels and carracks, following Columbus's route, no longer merely observe and narrate. They transport settlers, missionaries, officials, soldiers, artisans. The New World, as it would be named in the following decades, enters at this moment into the sphere of European concerns, largely at the initiative of the Spanish crown and in anticipation of an inevitable confrontation with other maritime powers. The signing of the Treaty of Tordesillas might surprise contemporaries who, in their jails, monasteries, or printing workshops, suddenly see an official document decreeing ownership of entire geographical spaces. To justify this appropriation, the concept of civilizing mission and evangelization is added, borrowing from the medieval vocabulary of crusades while extending it to a universe presumed to be without Catholic faith. The Portuguese, strengthened by their advances in Africa and the Indian Ocean, fear Spanish competition in Asia, hence their insistence on obtaining precision and firmness in the delimitation of the dividing line. The Spaniards, confident in holding a western gateway, supposedly leading to the Asian continent, intend to seize the economic and diplomatic repercussions of such a discovery. In this diplomatic tug of war, Columbus himself weighs little concerning royal decisions. He is a crucial actor for navigation, certainly, but subordinate to the crown's policy. His honorary titles, his share in future riches, all this depends on the sovereign's goodwill, who can dispossess him if needed, which will partially happen when the expected results do not meet expectations, and the situation becomes more complex in the nascent colonies. Moreover, the expression global appropriation takes on its full meaning if we consider that these diplomatic acts lay the foundations for domination on a planetary scale. Nothing in this agreement prohibits extending Spanish projection beyond the Caribbean islands to larger continents, as long as the division with the Portuguese domain remains in accordance with the line of demarcation. The two Catholic crowns thus treat the entire Earth as potential territory, ready for exploration and distribution. This touches on one of the great innovations of this period, transforming into universal legal principles what was once isolated exploits or uncertain geographical boundaries. Navigators with a caravel and an astrolabe, cartographers publishing their tools, officials managing budgets and ensuring logistics, all converge towards a common goal: to organize the effective control of lands deemed rich and, in the minds of contemporaries, potentially producing precious metals and exotic goods. So, why does Columbus embody a true turning point? Because his expedition, while based on old elements, the approximate knowledge of the existence of lands to the west, the tradition of Atlantic navigation, the use of the compass, is for the first time placed within a fully state framework. He benefits not only from orthodox support from the Pope in the form of papal bulls, but also from a solid legal, economic, and logistical infrastructure. The stakes exceed mere curiosity, or the desire to report back with goods. It is about taking possession, establishing the sovereignty of a European crown over distant lands, and in doing so, redrawing the map of the world. The Treaty of Tordesillas, signed barely 2 years after Columbus's return, translates this ambition into diplomatic language. From this moment, the Atlantic is no longer just a mysterious barrier leading hypothetically to unknown shores. It becomes the main axis of a planned and politically justified imperial expansion. The place Columbus occupies in history, and what so distinctly differentiates him from earlier navigators, lies above all in the combination of these factors: adoption of more efficient ships, improvement of navigational instruments, the printing boom that multiplies geographic information, financial support, and unprecedented political ambition, consecration by an international treaty laying the foundations of a planetary distribution. Subsequent events, notably the concrete discovery of a continent unknown to Europe at the time, only reinforced the importance of this turning point initiated in 1492, then formalized in 1494 by Tordesillas, whose influence will exercise itself durably over all newly explored continents.